through this nightmare. I can't control myself. Okay. I don't own the rights to that song or any song that you will have come across as of now. Not saying that vocal artistry is in my future. Well, voice artist is like voice over artist is something that I'd like to do at least once, you know. I don't even know if I'd necessarily have to do it professionally though. It's just something that I would like to like try. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll go for like a commercial or something. Who knows? Anyway, so I am doing the like what 3-tier pony today. And I love it. It's fun. I'm like low key obsessed. I don't know if this like I kind of love the height though. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Anyway, so there's eclipse energy. If you see it, you'll see it. If you know, you know. I guess it just so it like it happened. Good morning, Holly. Morning. Good for you. I think it's still the afternoon over there, right? Or is it morning? Good morning. Maybe it is morning. I don't know. Hello, hello, hello. I know, right? Like, let's get into it. So Mars is in Capricorn. And maybe that means that we just need to be like extra. Okay, that's what I thought. Well, I couldn't remember if it was like 3 hours or 4. Good afternoon, Billy. How art thou? Good evening, Pluto. Ooh, Pluto said, this ain't Mars in Capricorn. This is Pluto in Aquarius. Ooh, a card just came out. So, well, I'm going to read Mars and Capricorn. I got all of the water knowns. I got the water known. First, I was just going to use the animal spirit and tarot, but then I was like, that's not, I don't know if that gives me enough. Because I would only pull like 313. You know, that's why. Like, if I were pulling more cards, I don't know. I didn't want to risk like all of one or all of the other. Who came out? The Azure Vault, the Drowned Temple. Bottom of the deck is Breath. This is a what what. Y'all know the what what from Sonic? That's what what energy. It's like you have 5, 6. You got 6 of air to get to the temple. Like there's air inside the drowned temple. It's like one of those, like when you go under the water and there's like a cavern. But you got to make it to the drowned temple. 54, and then over here is 36. That's a 9 and a 9. We got a 369 and a 549. Let's go for it. Why not? And then there's like the breath, obviously. Well, that's what gave me like what energy, like a bubble of air. I'm just thinking if I want to do Mars and Capricorn. I don't know. I'm not too sure what I want to do. Might as well get archetypes. Archetype of person. Now, if it's the king or the queen, that would be a little on the nose. Ooh. The hunter. I'm a big bad hunter with the bow. Edamame. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Woo! Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why that was so funny to me. I know that why that was funny to me, but it's fine. Bottom of the deck is the healer. Bottom of the persons is the healer. And the father and the sustainer came out. 24 and 2. 224, 25 is the healer. So we're kind of in Pisces energy, 22425. I actually know a Pisces on 224 and a Pisces on 225. And I know another Pisces, my mom on 223. I don't think I know a 226. Anyway. The Father and the Sustainer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Hallowed. I can't remember if these are the places. So the archetype of place, even though we already have a place, the drowned temple. And we have a thing of breath. Let's see. I just don't know if I'll be able to see the book. So many noises lately. There we go. Thank you. Oh, well, guess. So if you can, the bottom of the deck is the box. Think of, I was like, we already have an archetype of place, right? Because, or we already have a place. We don't have an archetype of place, but we have a place. Interesting. So I set the stack of places down and it slid to reveal like two other archetypes. We'll see if they come into the picture. I don't know what today is. I don't know what most days are. Excuse me. I don't have my iPad. I could go grab it, but because I was just thinking about that before. I was like, man, I don't have my iPad to actually look at the transits to see like how long Mars is going to be in Capricorn or when is Pluto going to ingress into Aquarius again. I think somebody might have actually said that. Did M say that or did you say that? I don't remember. I could look at what Pluto's doing because Pluto. Am I going to grab it? Yeah, I don't have it. I was like, I picked up my empty water jug before, and I was like, oof, yeah, you're right. I'll be back. It's fine. I was debating on whether or not I would. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now you can watch me knock over the Christmas tree. I'll try to be mindful. Hey, look at that. There's still time. Woo! We did it. And I grabbed a beer. Cause I need to finish these. I got one more after this. This video is not sponsored by anyone or anything. I don't own the rights to any music that any songs. I guess I don't own the rights to noise either. So, but anyway, we're gonna crack it open. Drink a beer. I did take a sip of water before. I can't tell if I like 312 or not. Like, as far as beers go, I do enjoy it. Maybe without the wings, it's just not the same. It's just not the same. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. Okay, so on the 24th of February, it's a Saturday. So we're looking at a weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Black Moon Lilith. Oh, wait, let's scroll all the way to the top. North Node exactly conjuncting Chiron and Aries, both at 16 degrees. But North Node is at 1608 retrograding. Okay, well, let's go to noon. I'll go to noon. Let's move back a few hours. Noon, Central Standard Time. I don't know if it's Central Daylight. Yeah, Daylight Savings is over. So Central Standard Time. Yeah, still basically the same. North Node they're both leaving 16 degrees. North Node is going to be retrograding to 15. Chiron is at 16 degrees, 58 minutes. So Chiron is like way ready to leave. Oh, and the North Node is 9 minutes. So they're both like about to depart that 16 degree mark. One going back to 15, the other one moving forward to 17. Jupiter and Uranus both direct. I'll only mention retrograde if it's retrograde. If I don't mention retrograde, assume it's direct. According to Time Nomad, which is, this video isn't sponsored, but I love it. I just wish that they would have it on Android too. That would be cool. Jupiter 10 degrees Taurus, Uranus 19 degrees Taurus, Vesta 22 Gemini. The moon is in Virgo. Juno retrograde separating from Black Moon Lilith, both in Virgo. Juno is 1540 retrograde. Black Moon Lilith is 16 direct. And then the moon will also be there. So there will be a 3-body conjunction between Juno, Black Moon Lilith, and the moon. 16 degrees Libra is the South Node. Pallas and Lilith, not Black Moon Lilith, but Pallas and Lilith in Sagittarius, Ceres in Capricorn, Pluto in Aquarius, Pluto 1 degree of Aquarius, Mars in Aquarius, Venus in Aquarius. And Mars is 851 Aquarius, Venus is 959 Aquarius. So this is right after an exact conjunction between Mars and Venus. It's interesting that the conjunction will be happening in Aquarius because I thought it would have happened in Leo last year. But Venus ended up retrograding in Leo until Mars took off. It's interesting that they catch up on the other side of the zodiac wheel. And it's also interesting that Venus is the one that needed the refresher and Mars was still direct. Because, just because it seems that the narrative tends to be something about divine feminine is always right and always on point, and divine masculine is always holding things up and can't get it together. But cool. I mean, it can, yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where if we don't do ourselves a service, do ourselves a service by doing all that and not doing any of this. You know what I mean? Because then, it might happen where you get so, or where we can get so focused on what everyone else isn't doing that we stop doing the thing that's for us to do. And then before we know it, we're left behind because we were busy focusing on and prioritizing the work of others instead of us, keeping pace with ourselves. And then it's like, well, while you were over here micromanaging, they finished their work. What have you done? Well, I thought I was comfortably ahead enough. 1 second. I'm sorry. Give me a moment. Okay. Uh, I have some of the asteroids on here on Time Nomad. I don't have all of them. Mercury conjuncting Icarus. Mercury and Icarus conjunction. That's interesting. At 2 degrees of Pisces, the Sun is 5 degrees Pisces, Saturn 9 degrees Pisces, Hygeia 18 Pisces, and Neptune 26 Pisces. Have I seen 26? No. 16, 22, 16, 16, 2, 4. Oh, Saturn is going to be coming from my Sun. Oh, I'm going to have Saturn and the Sun on my Sun for my next solar return. Also, in my Vedic chart, I'm in the K2 Antardasha, my Rahu Mahadasha. So I'm in a Rahu K2 period of my own life. So it's like Patrick need to get it together. Well, there's stuff that Patrick wants, and this is the year. This is the year where it nakshatras. What? They added nakshatras? No way. Okay, all right. So yeah, the most interesting thing à moi, to me, or à me, there will be a Saturn Jupiter sextile. Jupiter in Taurus 10/26. Well, let's go to the next day. Because that sextile may be more direct. But again, Mars and Venus conjuncting Aquarius, which to me is interesting because, again, I thought it was going to happen in Leo. Because I'm pretty sure they got really close in Leo, but then Venus slowed down because she retrograded and Mars kept going. Pluto also going to be in Aquarius at that point. So there's a sextile to Lilith, not Black Moon Lilith, but Lilith, the asteroid. I think Black Moon Lilith is a mathematical point. It's a calculation. But Black Moon, or Lilith is an asteroid. There's an asteroid named Lilith. So there's that. The sextile between Jupiter and Taurus, and also Moon, Juno, and Black Moon Lilith, all conjuncting Virgo. Hold up, wait. No, that's Aquarius. So that's later because Carries is in Capricorn, but that's like 10 degrees. Yeah, that's like a 10-degree orb, so it'll be weak. But I mean, maybe we can thematically include it. Carries is going to be trining that triple conjunction. And then in Taurus, 6 degrees one way, we have Jupiter, 9 degrees the other way, or 3 degrees the other way, we have Uranus. So there is a grand trine, a grand Earth trine, again, kind of loose, but a grand Earth trine between Ceres and Capricorn, Moon, Juno, Black Moon, Lilith, and Virgo, and then Jupiter in Taurus. Ceres is at 6 degrees Capricorn, so the 19 degrees, 19 Taurus, that's like, what, 13 degrees? That's like kind of a bit of a stretch. So I wouldn't necessarily, of course, energy, planets, whatever, it can sit wherever. It could be included, but sure. Now let's move to the next day, and the next day, to the next day, next day. We have Chiron has officially entered the 17th degree of Aries. So that, I mean, they're still like a degree apart, but they're like separated. North Node 16, Chiron 17, Aries 24, Aries, Jupiter 10, Uranus 19, Taurus, Vesta 22, Gemini, Juno retrograde 15, Black Moon Lilith 16, the Moon at noon 19, Virgo, Libra 16, South Node Libra at 16. Pallas at 4, Lilith at 7, Sagittarius, Ceres at 6, Capricorn, Pluto at 1, Mars at 9, Venus at 11 of Aquarius, Mercury at 4, Icarus at 3, the Sun at 6, Saturn at 9, Hygeia at 18, and Neptune at 26 of Pisces. So yeah, that's like, what, 2 degrees now between Mars and Venus? So that conjunction is weakening. The conjunction between North Node and Chiron is also widening. And our Virgo triple conjunction, I guess bordering on the stellium, is separated. Breaking it. It's interesting, I guess, because like there are 3. So it's Juno, Black Moon, Lilith, and the Moon in Virgo. The closest thing in Pisces would be Hygeia. But outside of that, because that's like, we'll say like 16 Virgo. Neptune is at 26. So 10 degrees one way is Neptune. And then 7 degrees the other way is Saturn. Saturn is at 9 of Pisces, Moon, Black Moon, Lilith, Juno, 16 of Virgo, and then at 26 of Pisces is Neptune. The Sun will be catching up. Mercury will be catching up. Icarus, I've only seen Icarus between Pisces and Aquarius, so I'm not sure what its orbit is like. Interesting. I want to see when this happens, because it did mention Pluto. Pluto, was that 29? Was that 2020? It might have been 2020, or was it 2021? It was either 2020 or 2021. Maybe it was 21 when Jupiter and Saturn conjuncted at 0 degrees of Aquarius, because Pluto, before they met in Aquarius, they passed Pluto in Capricorn, and Pluto had some kind of mastermind type energy, like when Saturn conjuncted Pluto in Capricorn, and that was like what, a little bit before America had its Pluto return. I mean, it was close enough. Um, that sun is really going down. The sun is setting. Uh, but it was what, Saturn conjuncted Pluto in Capricorn, and then it went direct into Aquarius, and then Jupiter was catching up. I think I don't remember where Mars was at that time. I don't think Mars had a conjunction with Pluto. I remember it was Saturn conjuncted Pluto, and then Jupiter conjuncted Pluto and went direct. And then I think they both retrograded, or maybe Saturn retrograded when Jupiter was moving direct on Pluto. But when Saturn retrograded back into Capricorn, Pallas also was retrograding Aquarius back into Capricorn. So it was like for that little brief powwow back in Capricorn before this Saturn Jupiter conjunction in Aquarius, the strategist was there, Pallas Athena. And so like Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto were all in Capricorn for a hot minute. The orb might have been, I mean, I guess it wouldn't have been too extreme. It might have all been within like 10 degrees. Sorry. I got distracted by the lights. They were doing this thing where it's like they're lining up. And it's easier to tell that they're lining up when all of the colors are displayed, or when there are like multiple. When it's just one of them, spatially, my brain isn't like, oh, like they're in the same place if I don't see them all at the same time anyway, it's fine. Pluto was masterminding something. And then after all that, Capricorn, whatever, the big flashy, showy Christmas star of 2021 was Saturn and Jupiter conjuncting 0 degrees of Aquarius. Now Pluto was at 1 degree of Aquarius. Well, let me go back. It's like now after Pluto's worked on the Saturn Jupiter expansion and contraction, it's working with more personal Mars and Venus, which is a little oof. A little oof. A little oof, 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 oof. Oof. So it looks like Pluto will be in Aquarius for the new moon in Aquarius, but that's happening at like 20 degrees. I guess what's interesting though is Icarus is going to be pretty darn close. Icarus is going to be like 2 degrees of away. 2 degrees of away, yeah. Icarus is going to be like 2 degrees away from the sun and moon when they conjunct in Aquarius. And when the sun and moon conjunct in Aquarius, so I'm looking at noon on the 9th of February Central Time, right? And the midheaven at this point is 19 Aquarius, the sun is 20 Aquarius, and the moon is 17 Aquarius. So within like, what, 5 hours? Or like 3 hours, or 4 hours. In 4 hours, the midheaven is moved. No! Where is it? Where did it go? Where did it go? Aries? It went all the way to Aries? I guess that's 4 hours. Every 2 hours is like a new rising or whatever. Fine. It's all the way in Aries now, and it ain't even sextiling. Well, it is actually. from an almost conjunction to more of a sextile, the midheaven, when the sun and the moon meet in Aquarius. So Mercury is like 13 degrees away. Pluto is in Aquarius, Mercury is in Aquarius, Icarus is in Aquarius, and then the sun and the moon conjunct at 20 degrees. When they conjunct at 20, Venus will be 21 Capricorn, Mars is 27 Capricorn, 23 of Sagittarius is the vertex, 23 in Libra is the IC, 19 of Virgo retrograding is Juno. I guess 17 of Libra is the South Node. 21 degrees of Gemini is Vesta. Uranus at 19 of Taurus. And then the MC 23 Aries, North Node 17 Aries, and Chiron at 16 Aries. That'd be like 4 degrees. From 4 to 20. So there'll be a grand air trine between Vesta and Gemini, the South Node in Libra, and the Sun and the Moon in Aquarius. The Sun, the Moon, Icarus in Aquarius. Now, what's interesting about that is Aquarius, like that's Lunar New Year. This is when the dragon takes over. And the tail of the dragon, okay, maybe that's interesting. So when the year of the dragon comes in at this lunar full new moon Aquarius, when the Lunar New Year starts, it's going to be trining the tail of the dragon, but sextiling the head of the dragon. Because North Node is Aries. But the interesting part of this, it feels like, whoa, who's this? Vesta? Okay, maybe not so much. Because it's Vesta and not like Juno. If it were Juno, maybe it'd be a little more challenging. But Vesta in the South Node, Vesta, that's not Hestia, is it? What I know of Vesta is like the Vestal virgins who kept the fire of Rome lit, because if the fire ever went out, then like the empire would fall or whatever. Vesta is Hestia, goddess of the hearth, home, and family, relates to the sacred fire, expresses through sacred sex or non-celibacy, a principle of devotion and dedication. A little blurb. They have like, this is by no means advertising for Time Nomad, but I love it. More information than I will ever probably be interested in, but it's fine. Well, I won't say ever be interested in because that's a little bit extreme, but more information than I need right now. How about that? Because the South Node is like South Nodey, right? South Node in Libra. I remember hypothesizing what that's why it looks like that. It's like a nexus. But what I don't know is if that's a nexus that I created or if that's naturally occurring. Like I said, there's an eclipse here that y'all can't see. I had to eclipse the little disco light thing in order for my face to not look like this. So I eclipsed it. So at least I could be down here, but you still see the stuff up there. See, even here, where is it? There you go. And also you get to see the tree. It's a win-win. That's the eclipse. I was like, I don't know if y'all will notice it, but I don't know. First, I did it just so, like I said, my face wouldn't be lit up. Then I was like, oh, that's like an eclipse. Interesting. But anyway, you can kind of see it. But over here, it's just like there's this void space that everything kind of like moves around. And I'm like, I wonder if that's just how like the light projects, or if it's because that because of how I'm blocking the light. Anyway, it's fine. So right in time for the Lunar New Year in Aquarius, Pluto is making an appearance at 0 degrees. So, and Pluto's only going to be like 1 degree when that conjunction happens. Oh, duh. I'm like, why isn't this letting me change the date? Because I keep going to Valentine's Day. Oh, Venus is still in Capricorn on Valentine's Day. Mars is in Aquarius. Um, is it Pisces season? Ooh, 2 and 4. 2 degrees Venus, 4 degrees Mars. The sun is 29 degrees. Okay, all right. Is Pisces season going to bring Venus and Mars together? Sun 0 degrees Pisces. Venus 4 degrees. 4 degrees 1 minute of Aquarius. Mars 5 degrees 7 minutes of Aquarius. And then by the second day, they're both at 5 degrees. Venus 5:15, Mars at 5:53, the Sun at 1 degrees Pisces. The Pisces season is bringing Venus and Mars together. Cool, love it. Venus is exalted in Pisces. Mars in Pisces is the 10 of Cups, like, you know what I mean? Excuse me. But back to the 24th and 25th, it looks like, again, on the 24th is the North Node Chiron more exact conjunction. Oh, they're both at 10 degrees. There will be a Jupiter and Taurus exactly trining the moon in Virgo on the 24th. And Caris is not too far behind in Capricorn. Caris, Moon, Jupiter, Grand Earth trine in Earth. Mars and Venus weakening are separating more. Icarus exactly conjuncting Mercury. At 4 p.m., Icarus is 2 degrees 52 minutes of Pisces. Mercury is 2 degrees 53 minutes. Like literally, and then the sun is 5 degrees 47. That's farther. But literally an astrological minute apart at 4. So that'll be exact, of course. Yeah. That was a bit of a lot, but that's what's happening on the 24th and 25th. There was a sextile on the 25th. That sextile is more exact. I think I forgot to look at it. Saturn at 9 degrees, 24 minutes of Pisces. Jupiter at 10 degrees, 38 minutes of Taurus. It may be about the same. 9:17 and 10:04. So, oh no, that's the moon. 9:17 and 10:28. So it might actually be a little more exact on 10:38 and 9:24. It's roughly the same. Jupiter is going to be sextiling Saturn. Jupiter and Taurus sextiling Saturn and Pisces. So if ever there were a time to make a dream a reality, it may be it. Anyway. Okay, now down to the archetype of faith. That came out immediately. The vow. This is the card. Oh, the ocean. The ocean was the archetype of place. And I was going to be like, the ocean for the drowned temple, groundbreaking. It's like, wow, okay, cool. Love it. Got it. And then the vow, number 54. The drowned temple, number 54. And look, we got that similar air bubble-esque energy. And no, that's what, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. What was that? 36. I don't think there's a 37. The desert is 37. Oh my gosh. 36, 36. 36, 36, 54, 54. So this is the last archetype that was revealed. Like I said, when I set the archetypes of place down, the deck shifted and it revealed the desert number 37, the forest number 36, and the box was already at the bottom, number 44. Interesting. And it was interesting to me because I mentioned, I was like, if you make it to the drowned temple, there's air inside of the temple. And so to have the ocean, the box, and the desert, and then the protective veil of this forest. It was like there's a place within it that is the polar opposite. I mean, the desert and the ocean, you can't be anymore. It's easy to think of the desert as the polar opposite of the ocean, but sometimes the only thing that separates the ocean from the desert is time. The desert looks to the ocean like, I'm what you're going to be someday. I mean, that's a long time, right? That ain't necessarily like tomorrow. And then the tier 52 is the bottom of the deck. The healer is 25, 25, 52. But again, this is XXV and LII. So there's something about, like they are mirrors, but if you can't read Roman numerals, you may not necessarily recognize that they're mirrors. I mean, how many times do we not recognize a mirror when we look at one, right? It's human. And now we're going to do a whole bunch of reading. What am I going to do over here? Ooh, we got some face down card. We have one face down card. Ooh, you see that? Taking it. Two face down cards. We have a face down tarot and a face down animal. And that's all we'll start with for now. Now I'm going to do a bunch of reading if I can even read my books. Also, I moved the microphone from like right here to all the way over there. I moved the microphone here and then I scooched over more over here. It's fine. Why am I reading archetypes first? Sure, I'll read what archetypes would I even read? I don't know if I'm going to read archetypes. I might just read the alchemy. Maybe I won't actually. So the drowned temple is the vow. That the drowned temple being the vow makes it feel a little more sacred, kind of. This drowned temple is interesting. So I watched Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling, like the manga, I can't remember if it was like a web comic first, and then it was adapted to a light novel, or if it was a light novel and now the manga. Anyway, Solo Leveling is an anime that's like simulcasting now. So the first episode just came out, and it has a whole bunch of hype. It almost reminds me of the other show, the one with not Kira. Uh, it's like Gate. It's not Gate. Is it Gate? No, it's not Gate. Okumuda. No, that's Blue Exorcist came back. I can't remember the show. There's the girl with a whole bunch of like spiritual power, basically, that makes her attract these invaders. Anyway, it's a show and it's like interdimensional warfare. By the time Earth gets involved, other people are like well into it. Like almost anyway. So in this show, there are gates. I guess it's also like the other show. A Return is Magic should be more powerful, shouldn't it? And I think that was a light novel or a webcomic. I don't remember. Anyway, um, there are holes or gates that open up from the human world to another dimension. And in this dimension, they call it magical beasts, but you get like goblins and stuff like that, right? There are some people who have like an aptitude for magic. And those people will become like the hunters that defend that world from the encroaching threat of this other world. But anyway, in the first episode, they arrive to, there's a break in the dungeon, and they're like, oh, this is a low rank dungeon. It shouldn't be too bad. Like, let's go for it. They're like, well, protocol is if there's anything like if a dungeon leads to another dungeon, we're supposed to report to HQ, and they're supposed to have somebody come investigate it, right? And they were like, well, this is such a low rank dungeon. A low rank dungeon isn't going to lead to anything more dangerous. Like, we're fine. The only person that got hurt is the guy who always gets hurt. And like half of the group does want to go, half of the group doesn't want to go because they didn't get their loot. They didn't get the treasure that they wanted. And they end up in an abandoned temple. And that abandoned temple has given me this. I mean, it's not necessarily giving me Drawn Temple energy, but I did just see that like literally last night. So anyway, I was going to read it, but I have 2 face down cards. So the Drowned Temple, the Azure Vault, is at the bottom of the ocean. We have the archetype of ocean. And there's something down there. What's down there is a mystery. We have 7 breaths of air. We can re-up our lungs 6 times. Sorry, I said 7. We can re-up our lungs 6 times. There are 6 wop bubbles of air. And then we have the breath down here. This could also be, so when I paused, or when I muted my mic, I sent a voice note to Rob about a very, very, very brief voice note about a dream that I had last night that I remembered for some reason while I was doing this. But these 6 breaths of air, like walking down to the Azure Vault in 6 breaths, this is giving me like hypnotherapy energy. She's high-key giving regression. And so then I was like, of course, it's interesting that, I sent a voice note to Rob. But there are 6 breaths. Like, we have 6 breaths to get down to whatever mysterious mystery these 2 face down cards lies at the heart of the Drowned Temple. When you get to the Drowned Temple, you don't have to worry about breathing. There's air there. The Sustainer, the Father, and the Healer. brings in a potentially heavy energy. And well, the healer mirrors the tear. So, and is it a tear or is it a tear? Ooh, hold up. The tear, the image of the tear is also reflected in the ocean. See that? Oh, girl. Uh, 1 second. Desert forest. The box, the desert and forest. It's just given me how like the inside of the temple is a completely different environment than the outside of the temple. Meaning like there's air inside of the drowned temple, but outside of the drowned temple, there's like no air. Besides these six what? I'm gonna keep doing it. Uh bubbles of air. So there's something here about not panicking too. Because if you panic, you'll consume your bubbles a lot faster. And if you can be, because again, there is some heavy element to this. Um, but if you can not panic, when you can go for a little bit, starve of oxygen, and like you're not gonna die. You know what I mean? It's like if you're holding your breath and then you get to that point where you can't breathe and you just like, and then you take in the bubble, it's like it's so minuscule. Like it could literally be a few seconds in between like your lungs emptying of oxygen and your body being like, we need more oxygen. And like you like desperately needing to breathe. But those few seconds across six bubbles add up, right? But it's just like, again, like if you don't panic and if you're in tune with your body, like you can do that. If you do panic, you're that's half of them right there. You know what I mean? Um, and there's also something about, girl, I don't know nothing about nothing. I know a little bit about some things. I've come across videos, the Silva Method dude, and other people who mention like brainwave states. Um, but it's like the deeper or the closer to the drowned temple you go, the deeper again, because it's like there's this hypnotherapy element to it. It's like walking you down or walking you back or whatever. So you breathe deeper, the breaths last longer, but it's like the brain goes from, was it alpha, delta, theta, whatever. You get into like deeper and deeper brain states at the same time too. And there's something with the breath, it's like there's something about really connecting to the breath along this process. It's given me she's low-key giving me um Aang back before Aang like could just go into the avatar state. Like when he would really have to like breathe into it, and then at a certain point, boom, it's like the avatar state would trigger, and then he'd transform into Kyoshi. It's almost giving me that energy, low key. So let's see. Let's see who our face down animal is. It water? If it's the sea serpent, that makes sense. If it's a water card, obviously that makes sense. If it's not water, I think they put the beaver in earth. It's water adjacent. What would a fire? What's a fire? Like elephant, maybe? Cobra. Okay. All right. All right. Well, there's air inside of the temple, so It didn't have to be water. The cobra is the teacher. The cobra is the master. That's what I remember about cobra. The cobra is the master that appears when the student is ready. Father of Wands in reverse. Can you believe it? Oh my gosh. It's like, it's cobra energy. We get it. I did put reversals in here today. Well, first of all, because like I noticed when I shuffled them together that there was a card in reverse, and I was like, sure, why not? We'll do reversals today. So this could be a swapping out of beliefs. We learned as much as we could learn under one master, and then the deeper we go, the more we connect to the breath, the divinity within the breath, and ourselves. It's like there's a new way, a new teaching. Like this also, I don't know, there's just an element here that's not surprising. And maybe we see the father as the sustainer, right? The father and the sustainer came out under the healer. There's two sides to this father. It's almost low-key giving me Amun Ra energy. And I only know about that because of Reem. Hi, Reem. Reem, 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 Reem. Reem. There are a few names that I just love to sing. I haven't sent Rima. Well, I guess I was chatting with her on Instagram. So that's fine anyway. Aside, my love for Rima aside, the only reason why I know Amun Ra energy is because Reem. It's given me, it's also Mithras that lies beyond Helios. It's given me, like I was talking about math class, I believe yesterday, in the first part of that video yesterday. I was talking about math class and how before you learn about negative numbers, you are taught that you can't take away a bigger number from a smaller number. How can you get 10 apples worth of eating out of 3 apples? You can't. There's not enough apple to eat to satiate your hunger for exactly 10 apples unless you go out and buy more. Is the sustainer so I'm thinking of the father as the provider, right? Which is a whole nother thing, but that's fine. Oh, Pluto's going to be there, so it's fine. And the provider and the sustainer are like, the sustainer feels like it more so keeps something constant or steady. The provider is the one that brings something in. Now, sometimes, obviously, you have to bring something in for something to remain constant. If it's something that's consumed, then yeah, you have to provide more to overall sustain 10 apples, right? If you eat 2 apples from your 10, you got to go get 2 more. But there's like, the provider is a more active energy, obviously. And the sustainer, depending on the situation and depending on how extreme it is, like to sustain something in chaos is a lot more active than sustaining something in a time of peace. Right? If there are no changes, if something never changes. Oh my gosh, Vesta! Okay, there she is. The sustainer of the fire, Vesta was in Gemini, right? Trining the South Node in Libra, trining um, Mercury, not Mercury, trining Mars, Venus in Aquarius, and then Pluto was there, like a ways away. But so the father is sitting in the space of Vesta. And we have two cards of fire here. So this would be like sacred knowledge type energy. I read something and it mentioned sacred knowledge. Was it Vesta? Oof. It's getting dark. I can't see. I can't see. Hey Siri. I literally, oh, it's over here. That's why. I was like, because I was going to put it over there, but there wasn't anywhere to put it. Hydrating is important. Don't forget to hydrate. Well, I don't want to drown, you know. It's almost 4:41. It is 4:41. It's almost 4:44. I'm pretty sure it was Vesta. Vesta 22 Gemini. Vesta 22 Gemini. South Node 16 of Libra. And 9/11. Aquarius? No. Well, the 9 and 11 is close to 16, but 22 off of 11, that's 11. That's super loose. So Vesta is not as much a part of it, more so as it's between the South Node and Mars, Venus. On the 25th, Venus is actually trining the South Node more tightly than Mars is. Mars is like, what, 7 degrees off at this point? Mars is 7 off, Venus is 5 off. So Venus is entering the orb of intensity of 5 degrees. Mars is like, give me a minute. But the South Node it moves through the zodiac retrograde. So even if Venus and Mars were to stand still, the South Node would come to them. Even if they were to retrograde, it's already retrograde, albeit like fairly slow compared to like. If Mars is the father, then maybe that's why, another reason why it could be giving sustainer type energy. Because the South Node is coming. Like that trine is coming. They don't have to move towards it. And they're both direct. I don't know when they retrograde, but they're both direct. So Mars doesn't even have to move in the South Node. The South Node will come. If Mars waits too late, though, then Venus will be off. Venus is going to be off regardless. But cool. So yeah, this is given a little bit of Helios Mithras. And again, it's given that math class. Under a certain set of circumstances, like there are things that you can do and things that you can't do. When the circumstances change, it may be possible to do things that couldn't have been done before. And if the instructor, it's not even like a matter of, it could be a matter of specialization more so than a matter of, I feel like these did not move this organized before I started live, but maybe they did. Like it seemed a lot more random and chaotic, but it's fine. Brain. Maybe it's a matter of specialization more so than capacity or knowing. Maybe it's more like this is the person who teaches that because they're a great teacher of that. This is the person that teaches the other thing because they're a great teacher of that. Both of them have a knowledge, knowing, and understanding, but there's one where it's like because the subject matter is more advanced, there's a style of teaching. It's making me think of like education. Like when you reach like graduate level, whatever, there's an understanding that you have a firm knowledge of the basics. There's an understanding or an assumption. There's an assumption that you have a firm grasp of the foundations of the basics, and they teach off of that. But if you go to elementary, maybe even like um, further than elementary, you're teaching someone with no assumption that they know what you're talking about, right? Like you don't assume that kindergartners know what you're going to teach them in that year. But by the time someone gets to high school, it may be a fair assumption to make that they know how to read at the very least, right? You may not know the stuff, you may not have like a firm grasp of the things that we covered like last year or last semester, but at the very least, there's an assumption that like you know the stuff that you covered like 10 years ago. And so since the assumption of the basis increases, it's like at some point the foundation is good enough. It's almost like world building that you can just like really sort of go there. And the Cobra is the one that really goes there, apparently. I didn't even read it. That's the whole reason why I picked this thing up. No, it said sacred sex. That's what it said. It didn't mention knowledge. I remember now. Sacred sex or celibacy. Goddess of the hearth, home, and family relates to the sacred fire, expresses through sacred sex or non-celibacy. I didn't even catch that sacred fire was the sacred flame. That fire of truth that the warrior was guarding at the heart of the temple. And oh my gosh, is this the drowned temple? Oh my gosh. Okay, just see the video I did already, because this is basically essentially the same energy. So remember how the discerning one and the outlaw saw a path where there was just like open water? That's the 6 bubbles of air to get to the heart of the drowned temple. The heart of the drowned temple is where the fire, that sacred fire, is burning. There's our Vesta. And there are the sustainers of that fire. Maybe it's because it's Mars, that Mars is coming out as the sustainer of the fire, because the Father is the sustainer. Because the Vestal virgins were like women, I'm pretty sure. It's interesting that it's entrusted to maybe divine masculine energy, maybe. But divine masculine being like the guardian of something is not surprising anyway. It's fine. It ain't necessarily divine, because when you get high enough in divinity, there's no masculine and no feminine. And maybe that's also here. It's like knowing where certain things apply, right? It's like in California, recreational marijuana is legal, but in Indiana, it's not. So if you smoking recreationally in Indiana, presenting a copy of the Constitution of California ain't necessarily going to hold up in a court of law in Indiana. Like knowing where what applies. So it's like in a grand scheme, is there no separation of energy into masculine and feminine? Sure. Because, at the one, it's all one. There's no nothing besides the one. But if you get far enough away from it, then it's like, yeah, this is more this and that's more that, right? Just like how you can burn things um, with cold, like freezer burn is a thing, but you know how cold it has to be and for how long it has to be that cold in order for it to be burned. But this is, again, it's almost written as like a little double edged because once you know, then you know, right? So, like, let's say that someone's like, oh, this is burned. And this is probably not the best example, but it's the metaphor that's coming to mind. It's like if someone's like, oh, this is burned. And so you like investigate fire. Well, what are the sources of fire? And like, maybe you find something. But then if someone's like, oh, this is burned, and you look at it and you're like, oh, that's like freezer burn. So where like if I didn't know, I would go looking in this direction. Since I do know, maybe it's less likely, but I'm not gonna like I know that this is an option. So if I burn through my other options, I know I got at least a few more in a certain class that it's not too common. Now, if someone says that something is burned, is it wise to assume that they're talking about it being freezer burned? Probably not. Again, it's relative. Like, how many times does that happen? It's possible, but it's not, shouldn't necessarily always be like the, shouldn't necessarily always be the go to. You know what I mean? Like, being aware of your surroundings and the circumstances is also a part of it. Ooh, two cards. I keep seeing the Firefly. Four of Cups came out sideways. The Four of Cups being sideways, especially coming after I'm placing it under these two cobras, the Father of Wands and the Cobra. Again, it's sort of more so clarifying that knowing when what applies. Like there are some, like whenever we learn something new, it's almost giving me Zadkiel, Angel of Memory. To take one thing, something else must be forgotten. But it's just like it's the period of learning that we have, or it's the period of application. You know, when you apply the things that you know, you get to learn what circumstances are more common in those environments and situations, right? So if you work at an ice cream place or at a butchery and something is burned, I mean, if you're working at the butcher shop, they're not cooking the meat, they're just cutting it. So it's probably safer to assume freezer burn. Like if you hear burn, it's safer to assume freezer burn in the ice cream shop or at the butchery than like if you work in a pizza place or somewhere where they actually cook the food. Also, we have the black moon here. But it's sideways. No, I flipped it. First, it was on its side, but pointing towards the Father of Wands in reverse. Now it's on the side pointing towards the Cobra. Not taking them. It was like a lot of cards, and they didn't flip all the way over. I'm like, yeah, we can finagle these back right over. Ooh. The zebra was like sticking up like this in the deck. Oh, Judgment. Nope, the lion. Strength. Strength at the bottom of the deck. Judgment was actually the card in reverse. It's the card that I noticed in reverse. And then I saw it again when I finished shuffling it, and it was still in reverse. Judgment in reverse was the reason why I put reversals in here. And I had a thought to read reversals one way, but then I was like, maybe not. The elephant came out. The elephant came out like right next to the tear. And maybe it's like this energy. There's that elephant that I said may have been flipped over. Guess I was ahead of myself. So we have two animals of fire. What's interesting is there's a whole bunch of fire under this drowned temple. But maybe the presence of the desert makes it less interesting. I just thought the desert was here because it was like, oh, there's air. Like there's a lot of water outside of the drowned temple, but there's no water inside of the drowned temple. It's very like validating that what for me. But then after the desert is the forest. The forest is where balance exists. There's the extreme of way too much water. There's the extreme of no water at all. And the forest is where there's enough water to grow things that aren't seaweed, but not so much water that everything is drowned. I think this goes back to the four. So I read the Four of Cups and I read these situations more as like us transitioning one to another. But there's also a way to read this where it's the knowledge or the information that needs to be modernized. Or it's like, because again, it was like coming off as like sacred knowledge or whatever, with an implication that it's like ancient or that it's old, or at the very least that it is far removed from the sacredness of creation that we live in today. Right. But with the zebra, and it's this third eye energy. It's because in the zebra, it's this whole multicolored portal thingy, but on the elephant, it isn't. And so that's why it's like, okay, well, like, this is what this meant 1,000, 2,000, a million, 2 million, 20, 10, 5, 2 years ago. But what does this mean now? Like, how does this hold up today? And so it adapts what it's discovered to its current circumstance. This could be the same teacher. I didn't even consider that until literally right now because snakes shed their skin. It doesn't even have to be a completely different snake, but while still elementally fire, the cobra has ditched its wand. Okay, well, the cobra ditching the wand is low key giving me the energy of, I mean, mid key, pretty high key, honestly. The magician. It was the magician in the fairy tarot. It had the staff, and then it had the focus, right? And it was like at first, the magician relies upon the staff to do all of the etheric conversions into mana. That's given me another anime. um, but it's kind of a trope that I see in anime in particular, and that probably just because of what I watch, right? But and usually going back to the separation of time, how deserts, some deserts at the very least, used to be oceans. If you go back far enough, it'll look the exact same on the surface. Um, but there's a trope of like people from outside. I'm just talking today. Uh, there's a trope of like when knowledge becomes diluted. basically. When knowledge just becomes diluted, and knowledge is either diluted for control purposes or just because it's lost to time. And that's an interesting trope that I've noticed since watching Wheel of Time. And I feel like it's not one of those tropes that I see people talk about as much as they talk about like the Matrix, which is interesting to me. And it's that trope of like ancient civilizations that are more advanced than current day. And I've seen it in a few places. Sometimes like ancient ruins, it's like, oh, right, what we would more think ancient ruins are, but it's like there'll be ancient ruins that has technology that the people can't even understand. It's so advanced. Um, how did I get on that? Where am I going? Magic. That's why. Yeah. So I've seen that trope in like in terms of technology, but also I've noticed it as like either people from outside of a school or people who are from a time that's long gone by. It's like they teach like the version of magic that's taught is like weaker or less effective than what it was like back in the day type energy. On one show, it was because demons had literally taken over. And so the type of magic that was most effective against demons, they rewrote stuff where it was like the weakest and the least desirable. And it's like, of course, people didn't stand a chance. But then you get the guy who reincarnated from way, 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 way back in the day. And it's not Phil of the future. You get the guy who reincarnated. He's like, this is actually like the most effective magic against demons. Like, y'all can't defeat demons. Like, what? These demons ain't nothing. And it's because the demons were the ones that was like teaching magic. And of course, the demons aren't going to teach magic that can like exterminate them. Anyway. But there's also the one where it's like ether versus mana. Like back in the day, ether was used as a source to do, there's a variation on this too, but ether was used as a source of magic. So the magic was like big because you could tap into raw ether. But present day, it's like they use mana. And so the main character, because she doesn't like want to stand out too much. She doesn't want any responsibility because she was a king in her past life. She was a king. She was like, the goddess was like you were such a faithful, loyal, whatever, like your kingdom is flourishing. You were the best king ever. How can I repay you? And he was like, if I were reborn, I would want to like hone my skill with the sword. Like I would want to see how powerful I could become. And so he, the king, is reborn as a girl. And she's still like powerful AF. And of course she retains her knowledge and memories from when she was a king in the old world. But she doesn't want to rule people. So she's just like, don't give me none of the responsibility, but I want someone powerful to like fight because, y'all doing baby magic. But she has to convert, like early, she learns to convert like ether into mana or to use ether more like mana. So it dilutes her abilities and all that kind of stuff. But it's almost giving me that energy, the energy of the staff versus the energy of the focus. The staff uses mana, the focus more primal, energetic energy. But at a certain point, the magician doesn't need the focus either because it's all internal, whatever. It's kind of giving me that. And again, I didn't pick up on that because I didn't consider that these could actually be the same teacher. Like before, so we have Cobra, or we have the Father of Wands that's using its wand to interact with the elements or whatever. And then at some point, the Father of Wands sheds its skin and becomes a cobra, and it doesn't need the wand anymore. And so maybe again with the Four of Cups, it's that energy. And like if we ground this down, like this ground down is giving me Queen of Swords in reverse. It's the shadow of the Queen of Swords, right? Maybe there was a period of time where you had to do this and you had to do that and you had to do all of these other things just to be heard, just to be respected, just to have a voice, just for whatever. But sometimes things change, times change, the people change, the environment changes. You become respected. You don't have to present in the same way. You don't have to go about doing things in the same way as when you weren't heard, respected, or listened to. Now that you are, it can shift, and it makes me think of like teachers. I had some teachers that were really nice and were not respected at all by their students. And then I've had teachers who started out as really, really, really mean and really strict. So is that Machiavelli? Very Machiavellian. It's better to be feared than loved. Um, but after they get that respect, they kind of like soften up a little bit. And you're like, okay. But kids will show you if you start soft, they won't respect you. Some kids, not all kids, obviously. Not all kids in all places, all countries, environments. But there was this one teacher, it was like even the kids who like are usually the good students in class, even they were acting up. I'm like, oh my gosh, it was like Lord of the Flies. I'm like, this is wild. This blows my mind. Even Simon is out here acting feral. Hello? And if Simon is feral, if the voice of reason is gone, girl, ain't no hope for them boys. They lost. The wilds have claimed them. But then they get rescued by the end of it, and Simon's like the only one that died. But that's what this has given me. Okay, so, and that's because now we're down here, fully in the element of fire. There's something about adapting this. Sometimes we adapt and change when we learn things, right? And it's like, if you used to do something the hard way, but then someone's like, hey, let me show you how to do this easier. Like, can you keep doing it the hard way if you want to? Yeah, because you can. You can do whatever you want. You can make whatever choices and decisions that you want. Your ability to carry them out may be limited by your capacity for action, but you can make whatever choice and decision you want. Mentally, you can do whatever. Physically, mentally, when you go to bed at night, you can fly. When you wake up, I don't know. But it's like when we learn how to do things in an easier way, we do it the easier way. Like, oh, let me show you a shortcut. Oh my gosh, thanks. That's going to save me so much time. Let me do it that way. It could also be that. Right? Who is this? Number 58. The nectar. The nectar and the vow, I promise I see like all the time. So the tear slid in the nectar. I saw the 58 of the nectar. This archetype came out recently. Was it Alethea? The nectar? Was it iron? There were like black and white cards. The threshold came out. She's very much so giving threshold energy. Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, let's keep going. What time is it? Oof, it's already been an hour and a half. Let's just get a few more. Or is this it? This could be complete as is. I'm gonna give it 2 shuffles. Oh no. No. Goodness. Bottom of the deck is the devil in reverse. She's giving me devil without corruption energy. I'm surprised to see, I don't know, I mentioned it yesterday, but like I'm surprised to see the devil coming out so much. People can be bigger demons than actual demons and devils. High key. Sometimes I think that devils and demons get inspired by the cruelty of humanity, while others say that, sure, maybe a devil or a demon will whisper in your ear, you should do this. But the way that people go about doing it is like, oh my gosh, that is more devious and dastardly. I could never. Woo! Just like I'm sure there are angels that are overwhelmed by the capacity for compassion that humanity also has, right? But anyway, the one card that came out is the bear. Is she giving me Tatanka? Not Tatanka. Tatanka was not Tatanka. I don't remember what the name of the bear was. The bear. Well, that could just be like hibernation, right? Low hanging fruit. The bear hibernates in the wintertime. The bear hibernates whenever the conditions aren't suitable for its survival. So going back to like fall to the breath, when you breathe a lot deeper, so a breath can stretch a lot longer. Going back into theta, I didn't talk about dreaming, but we dream when we're asleep, and some of us when we're awake, and some of us in that in between. So it could be that, but this is a bear that's awake. This bear is up, and it's high noon. The sun is overhead, beaming. And I can't tell if that bear is like grinning or not. Maybe not. I feel like it's in the eye. I feel like this bear is like smizing, and that's why I feel like it's smiling. Like, because if I just look at the mouth, I'm like, it ain't giving me definite grinning, but something about the eye makes me feel like it's smiling. Anyway, this could also be, again, the emergence of something long lost, right? And you'll hear people talk about it. I mean, we've been in the end days since I've been born. um, we are asking more questions on more. Hey, Janelle. This one is a skip. Honestly, they're all skips. How you doing? Um, but more like collectively asking more questions, more critical of a whole bunch of stuff, um, and really like there was like topics like mental health were becoming more and more and more of a thing, but especially after 2020, I feel like it's just like we're less willing to work our lives away for peanuts, or we're less willing to do what we were convinced we had to do. Some of us were shown that there's a different way. People who were working remote and everything was fine, productivity could have went up. But now, mandatory back in office, and it's like, why? Everything was just working. All this other stuff, some other stuff where it's like this ain't that and that ain't this and whatever ain't whatever. And of course, there are some. I saw one person in particular, one choice maker, decision maker, corporate money, who was a key player in developing a narrative around something that benefits basically everybody. And it's something, okay, it was about healthcare. All right. There was one dude when everything broke out and people were like, everybody's like getting sick, everyone's needing care, people are losing their jobs, but if you don't have a job, you don't have healthcare. And he was like, I was one of the people who was on the board of this or board of that. And like we purposefully disseminated misinformation about like healthcare in Canada. Like universal healthcare isn't already a thing in multiple places around the world. One of our neighbors that's like, oh yeah, it's actually like garbage and it doesn't work and blah, blah, blah. But when everybody needed healthcare and people were losing their jobs so they didn't have it, he was like, I regret it because now, because of me, and at least some small part, people can't get what they need. And it's like, yeah, they'll lie. They straight up lie. But we know that. We know that. We know corporations lie for money. We know that some people might lie to put butts in the pews. We know that people will lie to get people working in their places. It's like, if you want people and apparently they're like not everywhere, obviously not everywhere, but ooh, the integrity, girl. Where's the integrity? My journey to London was nice. Thank you. It wasn't, I don't know. I don't know if it was just like the timing of it. I never planned anything. Maybe that's it. Because I never really planned anything. And I've been there enough that like my friend was like, "Oh, we could do this." Or he was like, "Oh, we can." He was like, "We could go to the Tower of London." I was like, "Oh, I already did that. I did that with Kirsty." And he was like, "What? When?" And I was like, "The last time I was here." I was like, "I got the book and everything." And he was like, "Oh, we can do something else." I was like, "I already did that." And so now it's maybe just like since there I've been there a few times, there are things that I have done. So I kind of got to look into like other stuff, and I am not great at planning. Like I'm gonna be in India in uh, 15 days, and well, okay, I'll land in like 2 days after that or a day after that. I'll be on my way, and I don't know. Like there are things that are in my mind. Do I have an itinerary? No. So, but it was good. I enjoyed it. I didn't get to see Kirsty, and I didn't get to tour. And ZZ Factory closed, and there are some other things that I didn't get to do. But I had a good time with my friend, and he made sure that we had something to do, so I appreciated that. Excuse me. To me, it wasn't as big of a deal, but like one night, I think we wanted to go somewhere, and we didn't end up going. And he was like, "You want to do like face masks or something?" And I was like, "Yeah." I didn't see Russ either. I was like, yeah, we'll do face masks. Why not? So I had this bubbly one. And it was like bubbling, and I kind of fell asleep. Okay. And then he woke me up because he was like, oh, we just leave him on for 20 minutes. And he was like, how was that? I was like, it was nice. And he was like, thanks. Like I wanted like to do something to fill your time, not to fill your time, but to like make sure you enjoy your time here. I was like, what? Are you my same friend that couldn't even be nice to me because I might get used to it? That was years ago. To be fair, that was years ago. That was a past life. Um, but yeah, it was nice. I enjoyed it. It wasn't necessarily everything that I thought I would be. It wasn't necessarily everything that I thought it would be, but it was still nice. I enjoyed it. Ooh, I'm looking for that tip. Where my phone at? Yogurt, but I don't like yogurt. I mean, I'll try it. I'll try it at least. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Thank you, and I'm gonna send it to my number one fan. I'm gonna send it to my mommy. Send it to my mother. Mother. Apparently, breath control is also important for singing. Not, I ain't been trained, and I don't know whatever, but that's what folks say. And like, you can like, yeah, if you can control your breath a little bit, you can do some things with it. Anyway, this bear is like, the time is now, right? And it's like it's now for real. I feel like I touched on. I feel like the vow. I haven't talked. The vow is just a promise. The vow is a promise that was made at some point and at some time. Uh, oh snap! I wonder. I was watching a video when I was in. I think it was when I was in London. My friend sent me a reel. No, I think it was when I came back actually. So maybe it was like places to look at for next time. a reel about somebody who was eating food over there. She was like ranking restaurants. And I'm like, she was like, I don't usually like this, but here I love it. And she's like, I'm not a fan of this, but this is so good. I'm like, she don't like nothing, but she love everything. So maybe I'll like it. Maybe I'll like it. I'll try it. But then it's like, I don't see, I'm weird. This is when my friend was talking about me. I'm afraid, not afraid, but like in the case that I do like it and I come back here, like the yogurt here isn't going to be like the yogurt there. And then I'm just going to be disappointed. I'm going to live with gastrointestinal disappointment until I make it back to India. And who knows when that's going to happen. So maybe it's better if I don't try it. It's better to never know, love it all, than to love it and lose it. Oh, kidding. There's the shadow of Patrick. The shadow of Patrick is old Patrick, I guess. Those old thoughts and beliefs. It's better to be constantly miserable and to never know the pleasures of local Indian yogurt than to get it and then go back to the States and never ever find it ever again. Maybe it's the Taurus in me. It's my Taurian heart. Anyway. The vow could be a promise. The vow, the drowned temple, low key, high key, mid key. Mid key given me Asbiel, angel of ruin, the angel who waited for peace. Are we going to pull Asbiel? Sure. Asbiel used to come out I guess I keep saying like, oh, this card used to come out of here and this card used to come out of there, but when's the last time I picked this deck up? You know what I mean? Besides like yesterday. Did you hear how I tried to make that? Not McDonald's. All right. Girl, we ain't even started yet. Hello? Can I get a shuffle in before cards start flipping over, please? It's Sariel Angel of the New Moon. Oh my gosh, New Moon Aquarius. What? Okay, all right, fine. And then Azazel, Angel of Sacrifice. It almost flipped over, but it didn't come out. We're going to cut it. I don't know why. We're looking for Asbiel, Angel of Ruin. The Angel of Libra is at the bottom of the deck with the Angel of Verdancy. Zuriel, Angel of Libra, South Node. South Node. Chazakiel, they're both together. The Angel of Mists. This is the angel that was on that threshold in between, whose name I couldn't remember. And they're together. What? On one side is the Angel of Silence. So, of course, the Angel of Silence would be around the Angel of Mists. On the other side is the Angel of Dreams. Makes sense. Checks out. All right, Asbiel. Semyaza, Angel of Pride, and Aziraphale, Angel of Song. Not me talking about song, not me talking about what you can do with the voice, and then the Angel of Song comes out. Wait. So we have Aziraphale, Angel of Song, Asbiel, Angel of Ruin, and Semyaza, Angel of Pride. There's Let me hold him down here. Can you see him? There you go. Semyaza, angel of pride, all hail firstborn, giver of names, father of giants, protector of the house of man. Long shall be his days. Oof. And then Asbiel, angel of ruin. Well, they do say that pride cometh before a fall. And was there a fall? The great sage Asbiel was a beloved storyteller. Gifts were brought to him regularly from those who watched. No, I can't. Sorry. There we go. Gifts were brought to him regularly from those who wished to hear him speak, a tradition he loved. His dissertations started at dawn each day. The constant stream of tokens he was presented meant he spent his days speaking almost without end. When war came, he held out hope for peace. When war came, he held out hope for peace. And now, speaking of a temple, or a temple-like structure, because you can kind of see like down there, like the, oh my gosh. I almost pulled this deck out earlier, but I didn't. And it's literally for the exact same reason. So, but now, instead of this being a matter of time, it's a matter of, oh, look, the hallowed flame. There's our sacred fire. Still at the top of the deck because it was the final card last time. Now, instead of this, because the thought, Patrick, the thought. Now, instead of this being a matter of time, it almost becomes a matter of perspective. At first, it was an illusion. Well, they say that time is an illusion. They say time is the greatest illusion of all. And I say, okay, well, live your life. Get to the end of your days and see if time is an illusion. Let me stop. I don't say that, but, you know, from a certain perspective in a certain way, yeah. But, you know, we age down here. Just because the clock isn't real and the calendar ain't whatever. Well, back in the day where you could expect snow in December, calendars made sense, right? Like the Farmer's Almanac. People track moons, but time doesn't exist. Well, you know, 28 days, you're going to have a full moon and a new moon, but time ain't real. Anyway, it's fine. I don't have to Patrick this one up today. I can Patrick instead of Patrick. Who am I looking for? I know who I'm looking for now. I remember. That's fine. I saw a card that I was going to stop for, but I'm like, it's fine. I just saw the Chancellor and the Demiurge together. And because Patrick is Patrick, the Patrick that Patrick doesn't mind being, but don't necessarily want to be today. There's a question of like, do we take it as it resonates? And it's not everything. Tragedy and misfortune happens. They happen. It's a part of life. Because we're not all here all the time, we're bound to experience at least, even if we know that death is only a transition, right? You're going to go from being able to physically touch and hug and somebody to maybe you still feel them there, or maybe you still have a relationship, but it's different, right? Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. It's just different. It ain't the same. Anyway. But for some reason, the Chancellor, oh, and then the Ivory Shield is right there. The Chancellor and the Demiurge, it was a question of like, do we ever think that we deserve what we get? Right? Like if something were to happen to someone else, and if we would call that karma, would we think that they think they deserve it? But instead of it being about someone else, instead of something being about them, it's a question directly directed at us. Like, do you think you deserve what you get? Or can you see how you deserve it? More so on a negative context and connotation, because when it's positive, of course, yeah. Well, sometimes it depends, right? Some people like, oh my gosh, I can't like this is I can't believe that like I met this person and I just got this promotion at work and I got this money and my life is like flourishing all over. Like, what did I do to deserve this? Like, it can't be for me. And it's like, take it. I'm kidding. Um, but so like the question still exists on the positive side, of course. But on the negative side, it's like, do we think that we deserve the misfortune that happens to us sometimes? Would we see how we deserve it? And like she's holding the scales of Anubis. If karma plays out for us in a not great way, like if we were to do a whole bunch of storytelling, lying, gossiping, sabotaging at work, and then we were to get fired for whatever reason, or we were to lose our livelihood for whatever reason, would we see how we earned it? Would we see how we deserve it? Would we see that that's our karma? It's just a question. This is an interesting little selection of cards here. So I was going to take the Corruptor, and it's right behind the Reaper. There's our Tower. Oh, gosh, we're taking all these cards. All these cards I've looked at. No. Okay, well, there's literally the last few readings I've done. It's all right here. We can stop there, though. We can stop here. We don't need to. I get it. So we have the Scarlet Shield. That is our Queen of Swords. Behind that is the Sacred Word, Ace of Swords, right? Behind that is the Force, which I looked at. There is Lion Strength, North Node on there, which has come out recently. The Force, like that Sun and the Brazier of Truth, I think were related. Under that is the Abysses, Abyssum, and Wokat. The Depths of You Call to the Depths of Me, Two of Cups. That's also been coming out. Under that is the Tower, Axe of Shiva, the axe that removes corruption. There's the tail. And I mentioned one time, this is an axe that removes corruption. It's interesting that the devil isn't here, but the snakes that were wrapped around it are. And I probably already passed it. It's fine. Like there's the same energy around the devil, but the snakes remain. Devil is gone. The tower is falling. The devil is gone, and the structures that it built are falling, but the snakes remain. And then we have the devil in reverse, literally right here. Where is she? Taken care of. Ooh, the high priestess is in reverse under that devil in reverse. So then there's the tower, the discerning one, which is the star. That was the discernment that we just saw, right? Under the discerning one is the Reaper. And then under the Reaper is the Corruptor. See, Axe of Shiva again. The tower is like external major arcana, more maybe like global removal of corruption. This with the mirror, we have to look at self. Oh, maybe that's it right there. Because after the Corruptor is the Politic, the Bread of Life, the Ivory Shield, but then the Chancellor. Can we direct that same discerning gaze or the same discerning eye at ourselves, removing corruption internally? Love it. Under that is the Politic. The three wise men gathered together to seek a prophecy. And maybe this flame is from the Brazier of Truth, Hestia, the Vestal Virgins, Keepers of the Fire. Then we have the Bread of Life, which has also made an appearance lately, being offered whatever that Ace of Orbs is with that Merkabic mystery puzzle box in the back. Under that is the Ivory Shield, who has also been coming out a lot lately. Her shield with a knot on it. The shield is Sahakiel, Angel of the Sky. The knot is Adkiel, Angel of Memory. Under that is our chancellor with the demiurge. Because I think sometimes, so with that, it was like we like to sometimes externalize misfortune, or it's like things in my life aren't working and it's this person or this governing body or whatever, almost going back to like, it doesn't matter what any leader or government like says or what any corporation says, because at the end of the day, all of them are made up of people. And even if like the board of whatever doesn't like, especially when it's more like governmental, it's like, yeah, but like, what about the people who support that? What about the people who fall in line and the people who rally behind it because, yeah, they're doing this or yeah, they're doing that. And this person is the reason why I'm not happy and fulfilled in my own life. And sometimes it's like, girl, like in what world, y'all from two completely different sides of the planet. You ain't seen them, you ain't met them, you ain't interacted with them a day in your life. You got more than 6 degrees of separation between you, but they're the reason why. It's just something to channel our disappointment, irritation, frustration, whatever into. Some folks know that people need an outlet and they are more than happy to direct whatever in a certain way, especially if it gets them what they want. You know what I mean? But can we recognize the part that we play? Justice and the demiurge. Under that is the angel of healing. Under that is the archangel of healing. Under the archangel of healing is temperance, which is also associated with healing. What does it say down there? A divine higher genius. And then we have the conservator, the keeper, and the herald of the flame. Herald of the Flame. Maybe that's our best version. Girl, that is not the card I was even looking for. I'm looking for the Seeker. I saw the Keeper and I was like, oh, here it is. Oh. So we have the Herald of the Flame, the Rogue, 7 of Swords, and then the Healer behind that. The Star also heals. Cool. And that's right behind the Keeper and this Conservator with the Angel. Cool. There's our Outlaw right under the Healer. I'm looking for the Keeper, and then here's the Keeper. Goodness. Okay. The Kindred is here again. So another card that we've seen, the Eminence. So the Healer, the Outlaw, the Eminence, and then it was a card before. There's the Quester after, another one that we've seen. Another one that's basically the whole deck has been a card of interest lately. Where's the Defector? Here's the Defector. The Defector, so there's the Hector. The Hector came out in the like Archangel Michael giving us the sword, whatever card. I was like, we can skip that. And then I saw the Defector. So literally everything, because, and then what is the Queen of Swords still behind this Defector? No, she isn't. It's the Pugilist. Oh, well, there she is. So the Pugilist stands in between the Defector and this Scarlet Shield now. But the Defector came out with the Kindred. So the Kindred is basically like everything since the Defector, yes, because they have established that link and connection between them. So everything that I mentioned, not for naught, the Keeper or the Kindred makes them a part of it. Cool. So the Kindred, the Seeker, and the Ebony Shield. Is that the Sanctum of what? Treasures. The Sanctum of Treasures. Anyway, the reason why I'm going for this card is because this is someone who is at the temple, and then but way back there is the brazier where the warrior is guarding the fires of truth or whatever, right? Where's Asbiel? And then I'm looking here at this hall of pillars under Asbiel. There you go. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Is that the same place? But if this is like energetically the same place, like this was an illusion. There was an illusion that was the path to the temple out in the water that you only really see in the Two of Swords, which is minor high priestess. High priestess is in reverse here under the devil. And then the magician is in reverse under the high priestess. Okay, cool. We get it. Why is it all in reverse? Because the Seven of Cups is in reverse. Thank you. The sun at the top. The bear. The bear is waking up. Cool. Love it. Oh, look. That could also be. It could be another room in that temple. Or maybe it lies behind it. I mean, because there's more than the pathway walkway. But on the other side is the kindred. We've seen the politic in this lot of cards. What was it by? Is it literally this whole stack? No. Ooh, the quester. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Majors on majors on majors to the Ten of Cups, Mars and Pisces. With the high priestess behind that Ten of Cups. Majors on majors on majors on majors. So the Six of Swords quester, again, it's with the Chariot. Chariot leading to the Empress, which leads to Judgment, Apocalypse, which leads to a brand new fool in the Initiate, which leads to the Moon, the Necromancer, the bringer back of things lost and past, could be the revival of Asbiel. Also, the Scales of Anubis that we saw on that Chancellor card, which leads to the Magician. And after the Magician is the Ten of Cups, Joyce, and the High Priestess. So now there's a Ten of Cups between the Magician and High Priestess. And the Wild Unknown is Magician in reverse, High Priestess in reverse with nothing between them. So this is the lot of cards. No. These are all the cards that came out before. Oh, I literally put them right there. I'm like, where did I put these cards? Here they are. I put it right next to the other deck. I put it somewhere where it's convenient. Hector is the Five of Swords. Hector. And it's, I guess, the person who like wins at all costs. Where's that moon at? It was down here. This is the same moon. Similar. And the Defector and the Necromancer. There you go. The Black Moon on the Four of Cups. Interesting. Cool. Now I'm putting it back down the way I originally put it, where it's going towards the Father of Wands in reverse. And then we have Sariel, Angela, the Waning Moon. This angel came out immediately. Like, I wasn't even shuffling the deck. Who that? Who? Speaking of Pallas Athena, where is Pallas at? Where was Pallas? Let's see. I can't remember if she was part of one of these trines or not. Alice is in Sagittarius, 3 degrees away from 3 degrees away from Lilith. Not Black Moon Lilith, but like the asteroid Lilith. That's where she is. Far from, that's like 10 degrees, right? No, she's like 13 degrees off of the North Node in Aries, off of Chiron. Um, Pallas and Sagittarius on the 25th at some point at 4 p.m. Central Time is going to be exactly squaring Mercury and like 2 degrees away from the sun and not too far off of Saturn either, like 5 degrees. So within a 5-degree window, Pallas in Sagittarius is going to be squaring Icarus, Mercury, the sun, and Saturn, all in Pisces. And within that same 5-degree window, at the edge of that 5-degree window, it's going to be sextiling Mars in Aquarius, and also the other way, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius. So it has Pluto and Mars backing it up in Aquarius while it is squaring the Sun, Mercury, Saturn, and Icarus. Cool. And everything else is like, that was basically everything between 1 and 10 degrees in a sextile square at the very least. So cool. We have the minor benefic and the minor malefic. The major benefic would be a trine. The major malefic would be the opposition. Anyway, so we see all these. Oh my gosh, it's also here in the pugilist. But in the pugilist, it's so far away. The pugilist actually has the same moon as the necromancer. So it's blocked one way. It's blocked. Oh my gosh. What? It's blocked by land, right? Because she stands guard by land, but it's not blocked by sea. It's not blocked by the water. And in fact, it's the water that was our first introduction to the sacred temple energy. Because you can see like the water there, like there's this pathway across the water. And if we want to, like I said, the Two of Swords, which is minor high priestess, I'm pretty sure I didn't see the blind seer in here. We see it in the Two of Swords. And then the quester also travels by water. What? Okay, that's kind of cool. Loki, Hikey, Mickey, kind of cool. What am I looking for? The blind seer. There's the devil, by the way. So you can see like the snakes at the bottom of the devil. And you can see these chains. Can't remember if there were chains on the tower or not that were falling. And then under the devil is the Hierophant. Now the Hierophant in the Vitruvian edition is more where like the Hierophant, how our dependence and our reliance upon the Hierophant can get us to miss out on the truth of the divine, where we form more of a bond with the teachings and the teachers than the divine that lies behind all of it sometimes. But the Hierophant in this deck, maybe I should have taken the Hector then. Because the Hierophant in this deck is not that Hierophant. This ain't your granny's Hierophant energy. This Hierophant is the real deal. It's at the bottom because it was right before Yep, there it is. This Hierophant is the real deal. What? Wait. See, there's the Merkaba up there. The Eye of the Outlaw. Oh my gosh. Did I pull the Outlaw? I'm pretty sure it's in that. I'm pretty sure because I mentioned it. I'm pretty sure it's in there. Oof. I have too many cards. I gotta pull them now. I gotta put them on the table. It's getting so dark down here, y'all. It's getting so dark. There she is. Title card, the Blind Seer. And the Nine of Cups, the Wish Granted. But in the Blind Seer, you can see like more of the temple. The Discerning One also was in that mass of cards. I'm like, where do I set him down? Goodness. Just put him on the table. It doesn't matter. What am I looking for? The Discerning One. So, the Discerning One, the Keeper, is one side, one entryway. I don't think I've seen the Warrior. So she got to be even further down. Literally right there behind the Sharpshooter. So after the card after the Champion, the Contender, the Sharpshooter, and the Warrior. Someone's got an edge. I don't know if they do or not. And the key lies in the Hector. Oh, I knew I pulled her out. Okay. The key lies in the Hector. So the Champion and the Contender. The Champion this is the Contender after she's already won. Oh, we're going back. So when they say favoritism ain't fair, it feels like this Contender is the same as the Sharpshooter. She had help. She got friends in high places, easily mopped the floor with the competition and the throne. Where's my Sanctum of Treasures? The Sanctum of the Valiant is the Ebony Shield. But in this Hector, which I literally just had. Oh, here's the Warrior. After the Sharpshooter is the Warrior. She's the one that guards the fire of truth at the heart of this temple. Wow. Cool. Of course. And then we're literally at the top of the deck. There's the Hallowed Flame. The last three cards, it's the Journeyman, the Herald of the Waters, the crack that through which the voice of the divine speaks, and then the Archangel Commander, the one who set us on the journey in the first place. He's the one that was like I could do this for you, but do this. Well, I don't know if Archangel Commander energy is necessarily like this will benefit you if you do it for you, because later on down the road you're going to wish that you had like toughed this out and handled this yourself. Or if he's just like, I can't help you, you got to do it. I can help you do it, but I can't do it for you because I don't have my sword. But here's my sword. He's like, I'm busy at the moment and I don't need my sword, so I can lend you my sword so you can do it. And you're like, with the sword of Archangel Michael, I can do anything. And then you go out and you do the things that you never thought you'd be able to do, right? And then you go to return the sword, and when you're done, and Michael's like, keep it. And you're like, what? And you're like, and he's like, keep it. And you're like, and he's like, yeah, that's not my sword. It was yours. It's the water that Bugs Bunny gave the team in Space Jam. It's the placebo. You were placeboed by Archangel Michael to do the things that were very well within your capability to do. And because you did those things, that's what gave you the edge in this competition. When the actual competition starts, that's the edge that you gain from that Archangel Commander because of the things that you've already done. Now, this thing that was supposed to be nearly impossible or so difficult, because you did the work that you did, easy peasy lemon squeezy, you win. Barely even starts. And then after that is the Warrior. After that was the Warrior, which was the Sun card, you know. Warrior Princess vibes, love it. The Journeyman, after we complete this task, oh my gosh, look, there's the wand. That was the first wand of the Magician with the focus in it. But now this is reading backwards. Usually, and the Gardener has been coming out like crazy. I'm like, I feel like I'm not, I even mentioned it. I was like, I keep seeing the Gardener and I feel like I'm not, I don't know if I'm like not giving her dues or white. But when I looked at the Gardener, I thought I was looking for man, but I was actually looking for the Horse Room. And the Horse Room came out with Hang True. And it was like, when we hang true, we see the truth of something. But when we hang with an agenda, it's like, okay, how can this knowledge and information get me to manifest the car of my dreams? And so we're focusing on car, maybe not as focused on like overall what it has the ability to bring us, get us closer to ourselves in the divine in whatever way. But we also aren't necessarily reading the fine print of what we have to do in order to like keep that car. It's like, yeah, you get the car, but you got to pay taxes on it and you got to get insurance and you have to provide the gas yourself. The actual vehicle is free, but all of the expenses are yours type of energy. And we're like, expenses? What? I don't want to take it back. You said it would be free. I was lied to. You lied to me. Anyway. Usually, after we complete the 7 Pentacles labors, we get access to this living wand, the magic wand. That's where true magic lies. But because we're going off of the Magician from the Fairy Tarot, this is actually different. We've mastered using the living wand. We know how to work the external real well. Now, this ancestral guardian type energy could be your friend in high places. The one, oh my gosh, this is this energy. The Father of Wands in reverse and the Cobra upright, that's this exact energy. When it was the Father of Wands, when the Father of Wands was upright, it was this. Fighting with us, adding strength to whatever we do. But now that we've already won that competition and claimed this throne, it's time to take our teachings up a notch. This was us using the sword, believing it was Michael's. Now when we use the sword, knowing that it is ours, with Michael's blessing or whoever, this dynamic shifts. This is the Cobra upright. When the Cobra comes in, because the Father of Wands sheds its skin, now instead of relying on external tools or instead of relying on tools to affect the external, they're teaching us all in these meditative sort of poses how to go within. This is the Magician picking up that orb and leaving the staff behind. But again, usually the directionality is after you master this, you get this magic. But today, it's actually the other way around. Cool. Love it. And then the Herald of the Waters. Again, last time we saw this, there was the voice of the divine in that crack in the sky. There we see in the clouds. We see from the mist, right? We see these two figures, one of the sun, one of the moon. And the two angels of the mist were right next to each other. Y'all remember when I said that? Y'all remember when I was going through the angels? And I was like, oh, they're right next to each other. On one side, it was silence, or the angel of silence. On the other side was the angel of dreams. So don't be afraid to fall asleep while you're meditating. Or don't be afraid to fall asleep in that space of silence, because they all sleep in. And in the space of dream, it's easier to interface, right? And then we have, again, the Archangel Commander. That was sort of behind it all. And then there's our hallowed flame, Ace of Wands. Going back to Vesta at 22 degrees of Gemini, which would have been 2020. North Node went into Gemini in 2020. Pretty sure. I know it did. It was May of 2020. But I got my handy dandy. I have my handy dandy Time Nomad app. Let's go to May 15th of 2020. I'm already on May 25th. Let's just keep it. May 25th of 2020. Sun is 5 degrees Gemini. Venus retrograding Gemini 18 degrees. North Node 29 degrees. North Node entered Gemini in May of 2020. When was it 22 degrees? Let's go forward a few months. The good thing about the nodes is that they move retrograde, they never prograde. So it's never going to be like it's constant and consistent. Wasn't this somewhere around a new moon? Angel of the waning moon. It's still 21, 21, so maybe not. Let's go to September 24. So early October. I mean, not like extremely early. 22. Ooh. So this is October 6th at 4 p.m. Central. We have North Node at 22 degrees Gemini, and the moon is at 8 degrees. So in this same day, at the same time that the North Node was 22 degrees Gemini, it would have had an exact conjunction with the moon. Let's go a day forward. October 7th, there you go. If you don't believe me, 20 degrees within that same day, we're going to get a 22-22. So what's interesting is that Vesta is there, but when the North Node was there, the moon was also there. At this point, Vesta is 24 degrees Leo. So sextiling where it is now, or where it's going to be on the 24th, 25th of February, 2/24/25. And time is already not irrelevant, but it's relevant, but it isn't relevant. Like the time matters, but the energy bridges time. Mars was 23 Aries, retrograding 23 Aries at this time. So Mars is going to be, not really sextiling, because Mars is like 9 degrees Aquarius. Uranus was at 9 degrees of Taurus. So Uranus at this time is sitting where Jupiter is now, retrograding at that point. Venus is 5 degrees Virgo. Sun is 15 degrees Libra. Mercury and Juno are in Scorpio. South Node, of course, is in Sagittarius. Icarus was 0 degrees retrograding Capricorn at this point. Pallas was 14 Capricorn. Here it is. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this. Pallas Athena, 14 degrees Capricorn. Jupiter, 18 degrees Capricorn. Pluto, 22 degrees Capricorn. Saturn, 25 degrees Capricorn. There's the Saturn, Pluto, Jupiter, Pallas in Capricorn. And then Icarus is like barely there, but there. Ceres retrograding Aquarius at 28 degrees, Neptune retrograding Pisces at 18 degrees. So that's what was going on when the North Node was where, and the moon was also there. And it's interesting that the moon was there because way, 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 way back in the day, we see the moon. Now, if I read it this way, it's given a little bit more of this energy. Like, so if we were to go by land to this temple, I put it this way because the size of the moon. This moon is actually a little bigger than this one. Anyway, it feels like it would be this way. I mean, it makes sense to me this way. Just because it makes sense this way, just because it makes sense this way to me doesn't mean that this is the way that it is. Who am I? Some dude with paper and ink. So we try to approach the temple from this path, but it's blocked. The pugilist stands guard, and then this is where we get a hole. Then there's Anubis. There's the weighing of the heart against the scales, and if you don't pass, girl, you welcome to the desert. But this way, by water, there isn't that same. The way of water is, it's left unguarded, but it isn't. Right? Because this is where our discerning one is. The discerning was the one that saw beyond the illusion. The discerning one sees a path, but oops, I accidentally picked up the cobra. I don't even know if the discerning one, because although the discerning one read is very just like there. Here it is. I was like, where'd that two of swords go? Like, we don't see the temple in the distance in the discerning one. The discerning one is just like out here in this little cove and sees this pathway. And they're like, whoa, where does that go? Turns out it's the side entrance. Well, that's what lies at the heart of this temple. I did it the wrong way. There we go. It was already the right way. There we see the brazier of the fire of truth. And the warrior that guards it. I mean, when you get to the fire, it's going to be guarded regardless of what path you take, you know what I mean? But you can find entrance to the temple. And again, there's the guard right there. So it's still guarded, but behind the guard is the dragon. Or in the mist is that dragon. Like, they take some, wait. Oh, that's a cloud. I was like, is there something in the mist back there? Hold up, wait, there's our bird. I need some light up in here. Where was the bird? There was another bird. I was like, oh, it's an owl. It's Pallas Athena. Here's this card I was also looking for. I said it like here. I'm gonna turn the light on. Oh wait. I'm actually using a light. What's interesting is I'm using a light to eclipse a light. So if I do one of these, I can see. Cool. I wish I could just turn it this way. I wish I could do this thing that I'm doing literally right now. Okay. I got a lot of cards on the table. So this was the waterway to the temple, the one that the discerning one took and didn't even know. Again, like the discerning one can effortlessly see through illusion, like they don't see the illusion at all. So like they don't have to focus on seeing past the illusion. They don't have to investigate. They don't, it's like they don't see it. Just like other people naturally just see the illusion, the discerning one just doesn't. And there was that, like, how did you get here? Like, there was that energy, right? Like, how did you get here? Where'd you come from? And they're like, I took the path. And then they're like, what path? Because if they took the path, they would have ended up with the pugilist. If they had taken the path, oh, there's literally a path on this card. Thank you. If they had taken the path, they would have crossed both this Thoth, like person, and the pugilist. If they had taken the path, they would have crossed through here, and they also would have encountered Anubis. Okay, well, that card's on the floor. They also would have encountered the defector has defected yet again. The defector said, I'm out of here. Anyway, they would have been judged here. It's like if you had taken the path, someone would say, and they were like, well, I took like out the water, this path. They took the path of Asbiel. But that path doesn't exist in times of war because Asbiel is holding out for peace, right? This is the path that they took. And they're like, girl, no one's taken that path in forever. No one's taken that path since Semyaza. And Semyaza came a long time ago, right? Semyaza came so long ago that Semyaza's like back up here. Semyaza's been there, done that, gone to Earth, incarnated, been a human, was reminded of its divinity, and back up here living lush and lavish, and maybe not going back again. And the angel of song is here. Aziraphale. What's Aziraphale say? The ecstasies above with thy burning measures suit, thy grief, thy joy, thy hate, thy love with the fervor of thy lute. Where'd it go? Yeah, the defector has defected. Now it's come up in reverse. Excuse me. See, the Five of Swords was connected to the Archangel Commander. The Five of Swords came out, well, the Archangel Commander came out with its narrative, but then there was a period of time where the Five of Swords was coming out with an energy of like, sometimes to other people, we might do too much, or sometimes even to ourselves, we may think that we're doing too much. But there was something that was for us to do. The Five of Swords is a card of it's like winning at all costs. It can be. And either you are the victor or the victim. Somebody won at all costs. Somebody did something wrong. Somebody was wronged traditionally, apparently. And we see like this fight going on in the back. Like this fight going on in the back is old Hierophant energy. Right? And there's no wisdom, no love, just war. And that's that out in the water with no path. This is the one who conquered self. Well, look, there's another bird. This is the one who took that look in the mirror of the corruptor, the one who doesn't wage war on the world outside of them because of their opinion of self, right? And because of its association with this Hierophant, who, see, I put cards on top of cards on top of, here we go. I was like, I put cards on top of cards on top of cards in the dark, so I don't know where I was putting. Okay, that's that. It's through association with this Hierophant, the Hierophant of peace, the Hierophant of higher everything, that this seeker connected to this Hierophant just sees the path. And there was, for a while, there was this theme of like the one who was not at war with themselves, or the one who's at peace with themselves and what they find and the space that they're in and all of that. They're the ones that find that path, the path of Asbiel. And that's, again, that was the bear, going back to like, this bear is alive and awake and the sun is shining bright. Conditions are favorable. The vow is the promise of Asbiel, that when the war is over, then he will teach yet again, or he'll do whatever he was doing before. And so maybe it's not a coincidence also that we are more, through virtue, through the powers of social media, although divisive at times, and social media, it's like, it's a tool. Sometimes you get out of it what you put into it, right? Anyway. Can you see how you deserve what you get? Chancellor and the Demiurge. Can you see if you have an unpleasant social media experience? It's like, why? Why are you following who you follow? Why are you wherever you are, that's your experience? Or, sometimes if they change the algorithm, it pop up regardless if you want it or not. Sometimes it ain't people that you're following. Sometimes it is. But anyway, through social media, we are able to be more aware. We're more informed about places in the world and about events and happenings outside of our own. And can that hasten empathic burnout? Of course. But through that, we get to have like global solidarity. So now more than ever, the world is coming together saying, we want peace. We don't want war. We don't want this. We don't want that. We want folks to do right. We want folks to be treated well. We want ourselves to be treated well. We want our lives to matter, not taken advantage of by governments and corporations that aren't for us, or that take advantage of us, or whoever or whatever. Right. And then, of course, there's the mindset of old that's probably fueled by all of the propaganda around like, oh, you don't need to worry about this. You don't need to worry about that. We'll take care of you. It's actually not within your best interest for you to have more agency. And it's not within your interest as a worker for you to organize amongst yourselves and have, a little bit of a say and a little bit more of a fighting chance against us, the people at the top that make all the decisions in this company, right? Because wasn't it like stuff like that? That's the reason why we only have like a 5-day work week in the US now, standardly. Why we're not working like 7 days a week, why kids aren't being in the, it's like, it's exactly these things that we're doing. It's exactly these things that we're discouraged from doing today that got us the little bit of rights and freedoms and protections that we actually have now. But it's like, oh, but you're good now because back then it was worse. So you should be thankful for the garbage that I'm serving you now, because back then the garbage was laced with arsenic and lead and all kinds of other stuff. Ain't no arsenic in it, ain't no lead in it. Eat your garbage and be happy. And you're like, you know what? I'm tired of garbage. I want a salad. Like, salad? What? You want vitamins and nutrients that your body doesn't naturally produce, and you have to get it from external to you, and you want your external to you to actually be like supportive to your health and well-being? No. Eat your arsenic-free garbage and shut up. Anyway, it's fine. Somehow, some way, probably through the breath, because the breath is also here, and the breath what's behind the breath? Under the breath is number 63. The mirror for breath is right under breath. 36 and 63. And again, it's Roman numerals. So if you don't know Roman numerals, the mirroring nature of it isn't as apparent or immediate to a non-Roman, right? Or to one who ain't like just thinking in Roman numerals. Oh, snap. Hold up. Who was this? Number 69. So we have the uncreated. The uncreated is giving me the breath in the uncreated. This is tapping into what, like, the uncreated feels like something that it was destroyed, but it was destroyed through creation. It was made redundant through the creation of something else. And then under the uncreated is the drowned king. All these pearls of wisdom, all these golden whatever, they lead to the drowned king. The drowned king in the blue temple. Oof. Maybe there was a point in time and period where life was gorgeous and beautiful, and the Hierophant wasn't what the Hierophant is. Um, but of war, it's been a lot of conflict. Even like there have been war. There's blood that is shed in the name of a belief that supports in the name of many beliefs that teach loving and accepting and providing for and supporting one another. Something somewhere was way wrong. Maybe it happened in the age of Pisces. And people, again, I've already talked about it. It's like, oh, the age of Aquarius will be this, and the age of Aquarius will be that. The age of Pisces was like the age of this and the age of that. And I'm like, okay, well, that's people. Because if you look at the energy of Pisces, that's what spirituality and religion. And were there wars that were waged under them? Like, yeah, but also like look at the teachings. You know what I mean? Because that was people. And people are still people. So we can people up the age of Aquarius just like we peopled up the age of Pisces. No matter how amazing and auspicious and great the transit, people can still people. We have free will. It is within our divine right to spit on the gift of God and to eat all the garbage we want. And I'm not talking about Patrick not eating the salad or cooking the food last night that he was supposed to cook and just microwave whatever was in the freezer. There's another card I still haven't pulled out. And it was one in this lot of cards. The Outlaw, that's who it was. The Outlaw is waking up. There's the Tower again, if you're interested. Where's the Devil? It was literally right here, right next to the Hierophant. And the Hierophant I just had in my hand. Oh, here it is. The Devil is gone, but the snakes remain. The snakes weren't what was corrupt. It was devil energy. It was what was built around devil energy. There are chains here. There's the chain that's broken. Chains, chains, chain, chain, chain. Chain of dummies doing unspeakable, unimaginable, just like girl. But we're beyond that now, right? Right, collective, right? Folks lined up for a 5D ascension Earth. We have the capacity to like love and care for another and like show up and to demand that, you know, and more than just word, but also in deed and in heart. It ain't like, well, I got my dollars and I got my car and I got the person that I wanted to manifest. So if I could do it for me, then you can do it for you. Right? And it ain't for us to do anything that ain't for us to not do. Anyway. You see the light of the true Hierophant? I hold them in reverse because it's easier to see that way. There you go. That was the eye. It was the discerning one. I literally just put this card down. It was the discerning one and the outlaw. That's the reason why the discerning one saw the path that no one else saw. In the water, because it's connected to this true divinity, higher, greater, actual hierophant. Two wands, two columns, two columns. They saw the path. They saw the path and they discovered the truth. With the same rays of light from the hierophant, from the outlaw. Oh, cool. Got it. 3 hours to end up at the reading that I did, yesterday or the day before. Cool, love it. But the bear's awake today. And it's like the Asbiel is cracking. Asbiel is waking up. The more we wake up to collective compassion and peace and self-accountability and doing within us what we need to do, and also holding presence and showing up in the way that we need to show up to affect the outside external, and not just like run off into isolated separate colonies. And I don't know, girl, it's fine. Anyway, let's move this back here. There we go. Kind of. It's fine. I'd rather see the cards. All right. Is that toll? I think so. So the nectar would be the sweetness of days gone by. That old golden age energy. Because it's promised. With the vow, it was promised, but we weren't. It's like we weren't upholding. What? The ring was behind the tear? Speaking of promises, it's like we didn't uphold our end of the bargain, right? Asbiel, angel of ruin. Asbiel went into ruin because it held out hope for peace. And folks sought out Asbiel. So it's like, when war broke out, folks turned away from Asbiel and toward Azazel, the one who had all the weapons and the knowledge of that. And, in the Angelarium, Azazel didn't know that people were coming to Azazel so that they could use those weapons against each other and to turn those weapons on the angels. But then that goes back to Gar, Troth, spear. Used to fish and not to hunt. Well, used to hunt and fish, but not to hunt people. You know what I mean? Not as an instrument of war. People go to the divine for all kind of crazy stuff. They really do. People will pray, literally pray. Some folks apparently, maybe. Okay, maybe not. But, metaphorically. Well, people will manifest. People will manifest for sure. People will do a candle, a this, a that for the downfall of somebody else. I don't know if people necessarily go into the prayer closet and be like, well, yeah, they do. Please, God, give that person what they deserve. They're so this and they're so that. Be their downfall. And it's like, girl. But again, maybe the war has, well, some of them still go on. Ouch. It's like, girl. Maybe I should look before and after Samikiel. Samikiel used to come out all the time. Samikiel is like justice. Samikiel is that make sure that your house is in order before you call down justice. Because when Samikiel comes down to dish out a verdict or whatever to make a judgment, anything that is not what it should be will be corrected, including the very one that asked for it in the first place. Imagine the shookedness. Oh, there it is. I was like, where's my other angels? There they are. Cool. I'm going to put these all together. We're going to get final cards. But again, what's interesting is, but maybe it isn't. Because at first it was an illusion, but now it's like time, but also, I don't know. Of course, it's all coming together. And maybe that's especially the reads where I'm like, oh, let's just do whatever. You know what I mean? I had that dream a while ago. That there were some there was this place where whatever you think of manifests. And I feel like I have some of these dreams where I'm just like, what do you want me to do? Like, I'm some dude. Why are you coming to me? But I had a dream that there was a cave where whatever you think of manifests instantaneously, no delay at all. And there were some people that lived in the cave, and then some other folks who moved in, and I'm just minding my business, and someone's like, things are falling apart and we need you to come and solve it. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? It was like, kick them out. They're in our space. They're creating all this havoc. And it was a mess. It was some real messy mess. And I'm like, oh my gosh. First of all, so part of me is like, in the dream, part of me is like, why are you coming to me? What am I supposed to do? What kind of authority do I have? The second part of me is like, when you see the mess, it's like, oh my gosh, this is not my problem. But then I was just like, if you are so, you know what the space is, and you've been here for as long as you've been here, why not teach them? Right? Teach them, help them out. And then maybe y'all can learn to live together harmoniously and leave me the freak out of y'all problems. And then I woke up. So I don't know how the teaching went, or I don't know if they were manifesting tanks and all kinds of stuff down there. And they're like, because they were shook. They were like, who would do this? Who would just bring all this destruction for what? I'm like, teach them a better way. Okay. Teach them a better way. Learn to live together. Leave me alone. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I don't even know if I got all the cards. I hope I do. After all that I've been through, I hope I do. The title card and the joyous one. Ooh, okay. Ooh. The Erudite and the Herald of the Flame. Bottom of the deck is the Outlaw, because why wouldn't it be? I never found the card with the bird. Oh, I don't even have all the cards. I was like, oh, I hope I have all the cards. What was the card with the bird on it? Darn it. I meant to look at it before I picked it up. There's a card with a little bird on it. And I was like, ooh, Pallas Athena. It doesn't matter. There was also a bird in the Two of Swords. I'm going to reshuffle these, though. So what came out at first is the Erudite, Lux ex Tenebris, Light from Darkness, the Hermit, and then the Herald of the Flame. What is that? Awaken the Brilliance. And then I noticed that the Defector is still here. But, and then, of course, the Outlaws at the bottom of that deck. Awaken the brilliance, light from darkness. Be a source of light in a darkening world. When the world goes dark, shine brighter. That was 2022. When the world goes dark, shine brighter. Now, the last trigram was darken the light. Ooh, there we go. Another one that we've been seeing, the quester and the tension. If I look at him, the quester is heading towards the tension because I'm looking at him like this. But if I show you, the quester is heading away from the tension. We also see the moon up here. The sun was rising in that six of in the force. The sun was coming up in the force. Oh my gosh. Is that another bird? Look at that. I blame Eve. Look, there's a little bird up there. Just chilling. This is so in the blind seer. And look, the tension, the sharpshooter, the herald of the flame. There's our herald of the flame again, with the destroyer under the herald of the flame. Sun in Gemini. What is up with these birds just perching all over the place? Here's the force, the rising sun. Or setting, because they're on opposite ends pictorially. Who am I looking for? Who am I looking for? The discerning one. That's fine. There it is. The discerning one is in between the tower and the initiate. I think this fairy person is this one. Because I'm looking at the dragon on the clothes, right? And then I remembered the shadow of the dragon behind this person. This person became the ferryman that ferried the discerning one across. Now, I remember Phanuel, Angel of Truth, coming out. And if we speak of paths of least resistance, then this is almost like a guardian angel. Because there's also the energy of the guardian angel that's like doing their daily, weekly, yearly, whatever, secondly, millisecondly reports on their charge. And the boss of the guardian angel is like, oh my gosh, like, is this person really doing all that? Like, and then they notify the higher ups. And that's when it's like Archangel Michael himself, herself, itself may make an appearance. Like, oh, so you're the one that I've been hearing about. And you're like, what are you talking about, dude? I'm living my life, minding my business, doing my best like we all are. And then maybe Archangel Michael's like, but do folks really do their best? No. We like to say that we're doing our best because we try and life is hard. And it's not that, we necessarily have to be perfect, but sometimes there are things that we know we need to do that we don't do. I know I need to go into the gym today, but I'm so tired. Like, I'll go tomorrow. You doing your best would be you showing up. And there's not like good, better, best in that. It's just like shocking. Something shocking. But going back to path of least resistance, going back to who is the one that exists without self-conflict, going back to the things that the discerning one just naturally sees. The way to the temple is barred by land, but there are plenty of ways by water. And when we approach, It's like this is our guardian angel. This is our boat. That was the link to strength. So there's another link to strength. Strength was like pretty close to the bottom. Wasn't too far off. Come on, girl. Where's the force? Hello? I should have just pulled the card. Okay, I'm pretty sure I didn't get this deep into it. I had to overlook it. There it is. I overlooked it. This is the spirit. It could be like the spirit overcoming the flesh type energy. But anyway, this like guardian angel energy becomes the ferryman that takes us to the path. There's the initiate, and it was what, death of the initiate? Wow, where was the initiate? I should have pulled it. It was something in the initiate. There's like a whole bunch of majors together. The tower and the initiate, that's what it was. With that axe of Shiva that removes corruption. With the tower and the initiate, like this is the initiation first. Like there's the part of the journey that we complete first. And then when we complete this with such whatever, it's not only about removing external corruption, it's also about removing internal corruption. The only thing that isn't here is the devil. Devil is removed and its structures are also being removed, right? And then we come into the seeker. The seeker is another initiation. And then one day, all of a sudden, we notice, I wonder if this is the bird. Okay, I know I said that like this is the person. So either this is the person here, or the bird is the dragon. The birds that keep popping up. And then there's this person back here in the shining one. Somebody knew something. But what's interesting is like, I guess in the metaphor when I was reading it, like there was an element of surprise. Like, how did you get here? What path did you take? The path that no one's taken? Like the path that folks act like they don't see? Maybe they don't even know that. Maybe they don't get the elusive nature of the path either. Because like when the energy of illusion came out, it seemed intentional because illusion to me just always reads as intentional. The default of it is like intentional. Someone's intentionally hiding or veiling whatever. And maybe it was Hazakiel the Mist, the war, Angelarium. But maybe it's like, the angels or whatever themselves don't know why people aren't taking it. You know what I mean? It's like, why don't people just do this? Like, why is everyone trying to come by land? Like, there are multiple ports of entry, and there are so many people coming by land. Like, the line is insanely long, and we got to vet everybody. Like, it's like easier, quicker. Maybe in the past, it was more difficult to go by water. Who knows? Maybe the circumstances were different, and it was harder to go by water. But now that everyone's trying to go by land, it's like it actually be quicker. The journey may be, the waters may be a little choppier depending on which area you're coming from, but at those ports, there's no line. So you get through so much faster. Like if you go by land, the longest part of the wait is like the queue. And then, all the rest, but maybe it's just like it's something that we don't see. Because of paths of least resistance, there's just so much natural resistance that we build up within ourselves that's encouraged by the world, that's a result of the world, that's in reaction to the world. We don't even see that pathway. the path of the seeker. We don't seek those pathways because of the internal resistance. There you go. We just don't seek them. That's why we don't find them. We don't find because we don't seek. You have not because you ask not. And we don't seek because of all that. Oh, the magician. I was just putting the cards back and then the magician revealed itself. There's our cluster. Oh, crap. Did already. Universal Mercury. Boop, 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 boop. Also, there's that Fox energy. Magic. Fox magic being centered around illusion, at least in some point. Thank you. It is what it is, you know. At some point, it's like, are the messages connected? Am I forcing a connection? Is it a little bit of both? I would say it's connected. Because then when the cards come out, I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, like today, I was like, whoa, this is the that. That is the this. As like I said, I ain't seen Asbiel in probably, maybe at this point, years. I don't use the Angelarium year or two as much as I was when I first got it, but and I was like, wait, that's that pathway that was in the Seeker. Going by water, the blue temple, the drowned king being right there under the breath. Like, no one's taken this pathway since Semyaza. Wink, wink, wink. And Semyaza, like, been up there so long, the giver of names, the first. It's like, you think Semyaza was the first? Semyaza was more like the last. Semyaza, the most recent. It's been so long ago, or it's like there's enough of a separation and whatever that we may think of Semyaza as the first. But it's like, again, there's an energy of like those ports by water used to be taken. Land may have been more convenient at one point. I don't know. It's what lies within the human heart. And it's the condition of the collective heart of humanity. Okay. I'm gonna do one of these. I'm gonna do one of these. I'm gonna. Who is it? The Angel of Pride. So that I like. Oh, and then Penamue. Girl, both of them together for sure. This is the Penamue that went missing too. Bottom of the deck is Rahab, Angel of the Deep. Not the Angel of the Deep at the bottom of the deck when we're talking about the Blue Temple and the Drowned King and everything else. Cool, got it. Love it. Rahab. Rahab ferried the bodies of the dead into the sea. His promise to mankind was to bring them to a place where they would never be disturbed. They prayed that the abyss would give the dead peace. No one could know for sure except the grim watcher. The passage into darkness was a place of no return. It was his home and his alone. That is its nature. And then abyssum, abyssum, and wokat, the depths of you call to the depths of me. The abyss within you calls to the abyss within me. And then there's the angel of the deep, the angel of the abyss right there. The ocean pulsed, pushed onward beat by beat. Marching forward, they die upon the beach. And with each stroke, the sand pulls upon the stones, polishing faces smooth. The angel of time is behind this angel of the deep. Mentioning the ocean and people up on the beach. Semyaza, Angel of Pride. As the angels sang, Angel of Song Azera fell away, a single speck of something passed through the light and cast a tiny shadow down on the earth. Beneath the stars, that shadow looked back at the heavens and saw himself for the first time. He gave himself his own name and turned his back on the existence he'd been granted by the universe. One by one, Semyaza called out for his brethren, and they bowed to meet him. He was the giver of names, Lord and King. There was to be none before him and none after. The part that I love most about this is the speck of shadow looked back up at the heavens and saw the light that was cast down by the angels' song. Remembering who he was, giving himself his own name, and casting away the life he was granted by the universe. And then here's Penamue never showed his face. It was almost certain that a face was present under his silken mask, but what manner of beast or man that lay beneath was a mystery. When there was a death, Penamue would carve the name of the deceased in a stone that was laid above the grave. He said this made men more like angels. At night, he walked amongst the graves carrying a light. He wouldn't say why. So a speck of shadow looked up, and then here's an angel that carried the light to the graves of mankind until Penamue went missing. Cool, love it. And maybe that's, I don't know, maybe it's can we be responsible for our own actions, right? Maybe it's less, can you see how you deserve the things that are the source of your misery in your own life? Maybe it's more like, can you see how you contribute to your own misery and misfortune? With the Chancellor and what was that other card? It was the Chancellor and something else. The Demiurge, that's what it was. You know, we like to blame and point fingers, but can we see how we contribute, how we're the problem, how we get ourselves into certain messes and situations? The prayer, I don't think I mentioned it. The prayer number 65 is the card that came out of the things. And then the bottom of the deck is the vision. 55, 65, 65, 65, 55. Oh, okay. Well, we have the ring. There's the ring again in the prayer. So now we see the ring with the prayer. In the reading, the ring was hidden behind the vow. It's like, so it was asked, so it shall be given. But I don't know if there were conditions on it. It's easy for me to read it more like, if you go to this place at this time, you will receive whatever it is that you want. Whatever it is that you're asking for. This place, this time, do this thing. Okay. If you do this, your prayer is answered. All you got to do is claim it. To claim it, all you have to do is go and get it. Put in some action. Faith without works is dead. Put in the works. It's like your faith brought you solution. The works will see you to it. But then if we don't do whatever we intuit and whatever our discernment tells us is for us to do, if we don't do the works, if we don't go and get it, then the Chancellor with the Demiurge is like, can you see why you don't have it? Can you see how you are the bringer and the creator sometimes of your own misfortune? Can you own up to it? Can you acknowledge it? Because, girl, if you got the directions but you don't go and get it, that's not your prayer not being answered. Your prayer was answered. Maybe you didn't like the answer number one, or maybe you didn't hold up your end. Now, what's interesting here is like I'm asking about these birds, right? And then there's two of them in the vision, but they're close this time. It's Pallas Athena. Maybe Athena then in Capricorn, and Pallas Athena now that she's on Black Moon Lilith in Sagittarius. Now, wouldn't it be interesting if like Lilith got it right? So instead of Lilith and Adam's relationship being one of like, Lilith didn't want to submit to Adam, and in her petty jealousy, she made love with devil energy and gave birth to all of the demons. And Adam was whatever, and God made someone submissive for him. And the demons of Lilith plague Adam and his children through her petty jealousy. Maybe it's just like Lilith got it right. And whatever was for her after that, she moved on. And Adam and his Adam, as applying today, Adam not seeing how he was the bringer of his own misfortune, blamed Lilith. Lilith left, and now she's the reason why I'm suffering this and I'm suffering that. You see that demon over there? That's a product of the woman who left me and the snake that tempted her. And it's like, girl, or that's just because you ain't take out the garbage. And so now you got flies and insects. The Lord of the Flies, you are the Lord of the Flies, Adam, because you don't clean up your mess, and your mess attracts insects. It ain't Lilith being mad. Throw out your garbage and watch the flies go away. You know what I mean? Take care of what is like you're told to take care of. Do what you're like you were told not to eat of the fruit of the tree of good and evil. What Lilith got to do with that? What does Eve have to do with it? Were either one of them told? No. You were told. It don't matter what somebody else is doing or not doing. It doesn't matter how the divine is moving and operating in someone else's life. When you're told to do whatever you're told to do, it's because you are asking for whatever for you. Maybe you're asking for something different. Maybe you yourself are different. It's going to be different for everybody. And instead of looking at what Eve, maybe Eve was told, maybe it wasn't a snake that tempted Eve, or maybe it was, and the snake was sent by the divine to tell her, you are to eat of the knowledge of good and evil for whatever reason, and Adam ain't. Different paths, different people, right? Maybe Eve had questions like, I was created to be submissive and subservient to Adam, but why? Like, and then Adam's just like, I'm not saying that. Eve had questions, Eve got answers. Questions that Adam didn't have, answers that Adam didn't need to know. But it's Eve. Eve is the reason why we're kicked out. It's like, okay, well, Eve wasn't told. You know what you were told by God, and you chose to disobey. You made that choice. That was your free will. It ain't for us to do what everybody else is doing all the time. The heart in reverse, gnosis in reverse. I'm going to turn them up right because I don't really read these in reverse. Well, maybe I should have left it in reverse. The heart knows, sis. Heart gnosis. The heart knows, sis. But the state of the heart has become so whatever, so affected by the external world, jealousy, all kinds of stuff. And then we have the mountain. Just like in the vision. The two snakes. No devil energy, just the two snakes. Maybe devil energy came in and tried to hijack the architecture that was already there. Two snakes, no devil, the mountain. The mountain, this is like from the outside as we're getting closer and closer to whatever this vision was, to the prayer being fulfilled, right? The prayer and the ring, the promise. Now at the mountain, we have this heart gnosis. At the mountain, the heart wakes up in the cave on the mountain. Ooh, girl, we got to go on a journey for this. It's like, of course we have to go on a journey for it. Why wouldn't we have to go on a journey for it? Life has been what life has been. Earth has been what Earth has been. We have history, right? We have our own within our own life, and we have the history that we're born into. And we can look out and we can blame and we can do this and we can do that. As long as it doesn't stop us from doing what we know we need to do, that's fine. The divine will tell you, your intuition and discernment will tell you. And if you don't like the answer, of course, you can keep searching for a belief system or for a person who won't tell you that you have to do the things that you know you need to do. Because maybe their flock don't have to do what you have to do, right? And it ain't necessarily like a I'm right, you're wrong. It's just like what's for you is for you, what's for me is for me. Can people, that's fine. I understand that, right? But also, just because I understand that not all paths are the same doesn't mean that I shouldn't speak of my own, or doesn't mean that I shouldn't speak of the ones that like come to me when I pull cards or whatever, right? And sometimes, again, from the outside, you can see when someone's actions don't match their beliefs. And you can see when someone is frustrated that they're not getting the results that they were promised. And sometimes it's like, well, your actions and beliefs are like two completely different things. What you say and what you do are two different things. And you can tell people, what, do as I say, not as I do. Sure. But is you not doing as you say going to get you what you want or where you want to be? You know what I mean? We got two. Ooh, I didn't even see her. What's up with cards hiding the cards here? We have two snakes. Now the two snakes are separate. We have the orphan, number 5, at the bottom of the deck with the warrior, number 10, that came out. These two. The orphan and the warrior. Now, it was what? No. Yeah. Was it? No. Yeah. Kuan Yin's Pink Dragon. Firm Love. That's the one that said, be a warrior for peace or be a peace warrior or something like that, right? The orphan is the one that's forgotten about. Asbiel, that held out hope for peace. Maybe this is that orphan. And this is the one who fights to reclaim that peace. And then we see the mother here. Almost low-key giving who? Hold up. The mother was behind the warrior. We had our warrior princess, right? Maybe this is her child. What happened to the mother that she got separated from a whole bunch of stuff? What hasn't happened to the mother? So this was months ago at this point. And when I came across it, I was like, oh, this is interesting. So apparently in the Hebrew Bible, instead of Eve being made from the rib of Adam, it's like in Hebrew, Eve is half of Adam. God took half of Adam and made Eve, right? Of course, in a patriarchal, women should be subservient and blah, 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 whatever. To have Eve go from half of Adam to just the rib, God reached into Adam, took something that Adam don't need to survive and made Eve. You know what I mean? But apparently, according to whatever, that could be wrong, that I came across, it was like God made Eve from half of Adam. And so Adam himself is halved, which, if you think twin flames, sure. But it's like, I'm like, that's not, there were people who would talk about how like Eve being this, like, maybe that's the yin yang too. Because if we look at the yin yang as Adam, there's Adam and then there's the Eve that is also Adam. But together it's all one Adam. And then it would make sense, or that would play into like Lilith was the pair or the partner to Adam. But because she left, that masculine was split into like masculine, and then the feminine part of masculine. The part of Adam that was most like Lilith, or the part of Adam that was supposed to get along with Lilith or whatever, became Eve. And then the rest was polarized to Adam. Like Adam himself was polarized when he was split into two because he couldn't get along with nobody else. Can't get along with nobody else, but make a community of folks that are just like you. Okay. See, we ain't even got to do all that. We don't, but we do, but we don't. We don't have to, but we are. There you go. There's a whole lot of stuff that a whole lot of people don't got to do. But then it was that like, so it would be interesting because so Lilith would be the twin to Adam, roughly, okay? Using lingo that I've heard. I was like, what if Lilith is the actual twin to Adam, but Adam can't meet Lilith as a twin until he first reconstructs himself through his union with Eve. So in order for Adam to get the Lilith, first Adam at the very least got to be able to get with Eve, and Adam and Eve can't even get along. And then maybe that's a reflection, or it's symbolic of how we within ourselves are at war with each other. If we can't even get along with the other half of us, how can we expect to get along with what was created for us to live out our days in happiness and bliss, right? Because I'm sure God didn't create Adam and Lilith to like, well, I would hope God didn't create Adam and Lilith to like torture each other, right? But it was through whatever. We don't know where the fault is. But I mean, God took half of Adam to make someone who would hopefully be compatible. And you see that didn't even work. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. Why am I bringing it up? Because of Lilith. Lilith, the sacred fire, sacred sexuality, and celibacy. Right. That's the thing about celibacy, is that like you wait until the person or whatever, right? So, but when you meet that person, it becomes sacred sexuality. I don't know. I just thought that was interesting. And of course, I was going to say something like when I discovered it, but I was like, no, it's fine. Why? But I guess maybe that's what happens to the one that's not at war with themselves. They become whole, and then they find what they were created for, or what they were created with in mind. I'm just separating the animals and the tarot. But again, you know, going back to the Chancellor and the Demiurge, it'd be really convenient for Adam if Lilith was this monster who spawned all these demons. And the reason why I can't get my life together is because Lilith screwed it up and then she left me. I mean, you can tune in to Channel 5 and see that. This person, we were together and they broke my heart and they left me. And then sometimes, like, if you look at that relationship, the one who left was the one that was like, you know what? I deserve better than this. You constantly degrade me. You demean me. You don't respect me. You do this and you do that. I know that I deserve better. If you aren't going to love me, at the very least, I'm going to love me enough to not keep putting up with this. And then they leave. And then the person who was actually toxic in the relationship, not to say that only one was, but the one who maybe didn't work on it or whatever, they twist the narrative where they're the bad guy. And then, you know, they find someone else who will never be the person that left them. And they treat that person like they hold that person in comparison. But it's like, the reason why you're not with the first person is because you didn't even treat them, like you didn't even look at them the way that you look at them now when you had them, type of energy. You know what I mean? And maybe if you were to do right by one of them, you get it right. You may not get that person back, but at least you'd get it right. You know what I mean? Now I got to turn these all up right. What animals are these? The tarantula and the stingray. Tarantula and reverse stingray upright. I tried to move the deck and they slid off the top. I don't know, but maybe that's just more like Swelgeness energy. We can't be so stuck and hung up on the past that we don't even make conscious decisions to do better and to do right now, to do the things that we know are for us to do, to treat people the way that we know they should be treated. And we can find something even greater than what we lost. Because obviously what we lost wasn't for us, right? Maybe it'll come back, sure. But I wouldn't count on it. And if it does come back, it probably won't come back in the same circumstances that caused it to leave in the first place. Otherwise, why did it go anywhere? You know what I mean? Otherwise, that separation wouldn't have occurred. The Three of Cups and the Father of Cups. Three little birds sat on my window. The Father of Cups was in reverse. The Father of Cups leads the pack of cards in reverse that are now upright. The Three of Cups was the last card that was upright. Magician and the Three of Cups. Hey, I'm so hungry. I am cooking tonight. I'm just going to put a little bit of food. It's already 7 o'clock. Oh my gosh. I'm going to put a little bit of food in my belly, just enough to sustain me while I stand at the stove. Ace of Pentacles in reverse and the Emperor upright. Bottom of the deck is this Three of Cups. The eclipse this year is in what, April? I think. I feel like it's in April. Maybe the Ace of Pentacles is, maybe this is that bloom where you're planted. Going back to the story, right? Maybe if we treat whatever, wherever we are now, if we do whatever now that we wish we would have done because we can't go back, if we do it now, maybe it can turn out even better. And I think that's this energy. If we can own up to our mistakes, if we can do whatever we needed, whatever it is, if we can do whatever it is that we need to do, if we can own up, if we can do it here, this is like bloom where you're planted. We'll experience abundance, prosperity, and growth where we are. It doesn't have to be like my whole world changed and this new, that new, this new, everything new. And it's like I started to tend to what I have. And shockingly, it grew. I was a friend. And it treated me like a friend. It gave because I gave. It cared because I cared. It flourished because I flourished. It was healed because I healed. And then when I treated it with the respect that it deserves, it bore fruit. What? Crazy, right? Let's put these animals upright. I ain't never met an animal in reverse. I'm just playing. Ooh, I'm getting hungry. The hyena. The gazelle and the buffalo. Justice? How did this get over here? I looked at the card backs. Wow. I wonder if that was already. No, because I just separated them. Not justice. And the Four of Wands. Not only were they with the animals, they're also in reverse. Wow. Justice and the Four of Wands then tried to sleep with the animals. So the stingray and the eagle are our last two. The stingray this is alignment within self. This is Adam and Eve getting along together. The sun beyond the sun and the eagle, because the eagle exists outside of the sun. This would be like I wonder if Adam would be different. Like if Adam's name is different when he's whole. You know what I mean? Like when one being was split into two, then it took on the names Adam and Eve. But before that split occurred, I wonder if Adam was still named Adam. You know what I mean?
I mean, does it matter? Is there an answer to that question? Sure, there's an answer, but are we going to find the answer to that question? Let's channel a random collection of letters. Hey, Google, give me a letter. Give me another letter. Am I done? Give me another letter. Stop. Okay. Ooh, that animal made some noise, but it didn't come out. I didn't even fully see the face of it to know what it was. Guess what card came out? Guess what animal came out? I'll let you guess. I'll give you some time to guess while I pull these cards back out of the deck because I did my final shuffle and it wasn't complete. And the Ace of Pentacles being in reverse did bother me a little bit, but I took it. I took it. Ace of Pentacles in reverse, Justice in reverse, and the Four of Wands in reverse. But the Emperor is upright. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Justice and the Four of Wands came out in reverse. I accidentally put them with the animals. Again, I flipped the cards over. I looked at the card backs. And then, you know, if I'm over here, the white looks a little bit more gray if I'm in the shadow. But the reason why I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the Chancellor. This is the Demiurge. Justice and the Four of Wands. Can we see how we are the bringers of our own misfortune? Can we see how we are the own squanderers of opportunity and how the lack that we may experience is our fault? And I'm not going to be on here like, there is no right, there is no wrong, there's no good, no evil, no more, no less. At the end of the day, we make whatever choices and decisions we make, and we got to live with it. And we can make choices and decisions to, you know, try to do something differently, or we cannot. But Justice is saying, can you see how you are the bringer of your own misfortune? And simultaneously, can you see how you are responsible, at least in part, for when you get it right too? Is the divine there? Does the divine help? Of course. It's like, be proud of the things that, you know, you have accomplished, and don't make small your own part in that, because you did the work, you showed up. And for those times where you too, see you later, Holly. For those times where you could do better, just do better. You don't have to focus on it. You don't have to spiral. You don't have to live in guilt and shame. I guess depending on what it is and the size, maybe there's some corrective action and some apologies that need to be made. But that Emperor upright with the Ace of Pentacles in reverse is just like, you can make a choice and decision to have differently now. And things can work out where you are now much better than you may think or believe. Things could be even better than nostalgia is making them seem. Or what's the like opposite of nostalgia? What's like nostalgia for a future that you haven't experienced? It's like, it goes beyond dreaming. It's like someone who's like obsessed with a dream or with something that's non-material. Delusion? Delusion isn't time. Like, nostalgia has ties to the past. How can you be nostalgic for something that you haven't experienced yet? There's an archetype for that in the Archeo, but I guess that kind of like, that was a theme. To be nostalgic for something that you haven't experienced yet, it's because you are the one to bring it in at some point. Bottom of the deck, the Son of Cups. Top of the deck is the Daughter of Wands. The Son of Cups and the Daughter of Wands. What? She's got rainbow up there. He's got rainbow in there. The Daughter of Pentacles is giving me fertile earth energy, like the forest. The Son of Cups is giving me almost active imagination. It's like the daughter of pentacles will take whatever the son of cups brings her way. It's the water and the quality of water that determines what grows of the earth. You get out of it what you put into it, basically. Again, going back to that emperor, if you treat it with love and respect, it will give to you. If you treat it like a friend, it will be as a friend to you. If you treat it with disdain, then what flourishes in that environment and under those circumstances? The animal that came out is the snake. And of course, it's the snake. Why wouldn't it be the snake? There's something about the petals and the flower of life and the scales of the snake. There's something about, what's that word? Fractals, fractalization. Is this macro, micro fractalization? No. There's something here. It's about us being greater versions of ourselves. But almost going back to like the self that exists without internal conflict, it's almost more like us being a more complete version of ourselves. Like the greater version of ourselves is just us as a whole. It's like if these individual talents, gifts, skills, abilities, triumphs, shortcomings, all of our flaws, all of our perfections, all of the things that make us us, if each separately was an individual scale on the snake, then when all the scales come together, like there's the snake here. And of course, the snake is aware of the scales that make up its body, but the snake understands that it's not the scales. The snake understands, okay, well, if I treat the snake like a person, like we understand that we're not just our hair or our skin or our heart or our lungs. Like there is an awareness of these different parts of our bodies to different degrees. But we also understand that like we are more than the body that composes us and comprises us, right? We're more than our skin cells and our lung cells and our liver cells and our blood vessels and our whatever. We're more than the skin and the heart. We're more than the digestive system. We're more than the bodies that we inhabit, from the smallest scale to larger scale to collections of various parts of ourselves. We're more than that. And that's what Snake has given me today. But it's like we understand that we're more than that. But again, that like our body is also part of us. So it's not that we're not our hair or eyes or heart. It's that we're more than just our heirs. Our heirs, our eyes. It's that we're more than just our hair, our eyes, and our heart. Almost lost the H. Bottom of the deck is the wolf. The wolf is the one that waits silently and patiently beyond the veil for us to get it. When we get it, the wolf is there. Like the cobra, the wolf is the master that waits for the student. And maybe one thing about the Father of Wands in reverse with the Cobra upright, it's how we become our own master, or how we are our own student, how we teach ourselves, and how we learn and grow as we live our lives, if that makes sense. Like if there's something that you figure out in life, like you become your own teacher, right? And then every time you encounter a situation like that, every time that knowing is applicable, you re-teach your internal student, right? So more so before it becomes like second nature, nebula, fog. Speaking of the fog that hid the dragon. Where did that thought go? Oh yeah, before it becomes second nature. And we're like, oh, let me remember. What did I do again? Whenever we're like, what did I do last time? How did I do this? That's us being our own teacher and us being a student to ourselves until we until it becomes second nature and we don't need to coach ourselves through it. We do our best. We live life. We learn. We grow. We make choices and decisions. Sometimes we repeat mistakes. And I mean the word mistake when I say mistake. You know what I mean? Because while there aren't mistakes, there are. A mistake could be something that a mistake is fine until we don't want it anymore, right? It's only a mistake if we don't want it or if we don't intend to do it, right? So if you are on a diet, because it's easy, if you're on a diet and you eating a slice of cake during the weekday is a mistake because you allow yourself desserts on the weekends, right? So if you eat cake on a Saturday or Sunday, it's not a mistake because that's when you intended to do it. But if you slip up on a Wednesday and you need a piece of cake or you eat a piece of cake, then it's a mistake because you didn't intend to do it. And we don't have to put extra emotional connotation behind it, right? Like we can make mistakes and it's a mistake. We can make a mistake and it's not, oh my gosh, I'm the worst person ever, blah, 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 blah. Like we don't have to attach like judgment. I mean, that is like, there's a difference between like making a judgment and being like judgmental. You know what I mean? We don't have to attach negative emotion to the fact that we made a mistake. We're human. We make mistakes. I slipped up. I messed up. That's it. I'm going to do better. Or I slipped up. I messed up. And you know what? I didn't mind it. Maybe I realized that what was originally a mistake actually wasn't. There was a lot of like things that we have now that we take advantage of and that we take for granted that were mistakes that weren't necessarily intended. It doesn't mean that it's not a mistake. Ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, maybe it wasn't because that was our pathway. But it wasn't intended, again. And we don't have to color it a certain type of way. It just is what it is, right? Like, I'm fat, right? Like, I'm a big dude. I don't have to guilt or shame or whatever. It just is what it is. Now it's a word that a lot of negative connotation has been attached to, but it's literally just like my body, girl. You know what I mean? Like the wall is white. It's not a good color. It's not a bad color. It's not necessarily what I wanted. That's the color that it was when I moved in, and I ain't painted it. It just is what it is. I don't feel any type of way about my walls being white. I don't mind it. If someone was like, what color would you paint your house? Or what color do you want your walls? Then it's up for debate. I honestly, at this point in this place, I don't care. It just is what it is, you know? Now, when we bring in like tonality and stuff like that, that's what, of course, can invite certain emotions and feelings, right? Like if someone's like, ew, your walls are white. Then, of course, that invites me to feel some type of way about it, whether I agree or disagree. But if someone's just like, oh, the wall is white, okay, it's a statement, not a judgment. It's an observation. All right. Alchemy Salutio came out, but I'm like, I wasn't feeling it. Spiritus Rector. This card comes out more and more and more. Spiritus Rector. So remember the snake that we had? We didn't get Ouroboros. We got Conjunctio, conjunction. 24th, 25th. It was what? The moon conjuncting. There were a few conjunctions. The North Node in Chiron in Aries. Venus. Oh, that's a sextile. North Node, Chiron in Aries conjuncting. Venus, Mars conjuncting in Aquarius. The moon was somewhere doing something. Was it the moon? Black Moon Lilith is conjuncting something. Pallas is conjuncting the asteroid Lilith. Maybe that's how I read it. If I can look at both of them, like Black Moon Lilith would be the version of Lilith of Adam's telling. It's a calculation. It's made up. But the asteroid Lilith would be Lilith out there like living her best life, right? Free of all the atoms of the world. Let's go back to February 24, 2024. 2/24/24. Let's go. The moon, Juno, and Black Moon Lilith all in Virgo. That's what it was. Juno, retrograde, Black Moon Lilith, and the moon. That's interesting. I wonder if that'll be like the moon, Juno retrograding, and Black Moon Lilith, to me, is almost an energy of like, no one would blame you if you left. Girl, Zeus might have had love for Hera. Jupiter may have love for Juno, but his actions, I mean, he's like, he can't commit. He's just like the non-committal type. And she knew that when they got together or whatever. But it's like husband and wife in what? Name only? Do they treat each other like it? Does he show up for her in the ways that husbands show up for their wives? But they're together because why? But anyway, just like mythologically, to me, I don't know if it's like a breaking point because the moon is there, but because Lilith is there conjuncting Juno. Maybe if Juno wasn't, or maybe if Black Moon Lilith wasn't there, it would be like, a breaking point. But something about that Black Moon Lilith feels like consoling to a Juno in reverse. Like if you have doubts, if you have questions, if you don't want to be here, I get it. No, I don't. Black Moon Lilith isn't in reverse, so maybe it's not necessarily like, well, Adam did this and Adam did that, and like the snake was saying all this other stuff, so I went with the snake and I left the man. But since she's direct, it's just like, I feel like she doesn't have to bring in her own personal experience to be like consoling. She's just like, if you do this, I get it. And I will support you. She ain't, well, this is what I would do, and da 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 da, boo 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 boo. Just like whatever choice and decision you make, I'm here. And of course, like Juno goes to Black Moon Lilith because like her story. You know what I mean? You go to that person for support because you know what they've been through. Right? She's not dumb. And so I don't know if Juno would go to a Black Moon Lilith looking for someone to really like talk her up so that she can do it. Right. And so maybe it's also for us to be aware of, like, there's a part that's being aware of like why we seek out the resources that we seek out, right? If it's advice, what are we avoiding? If it's support, what are we hoping to hear, right? Because like sometimes we know that we're going to someone for advice or support. Sometimes we may be more or less aware of like we're going to this specific person because we believe that they're going to tell us to do the thing that we're struggling to make the decision with ourselves, like within ourselves, right? And so that could also be, like, well, what about like you and Adam? Like, how did you know when like, well, what did Adam do that was so bad that made you like go for a snake, girl? Because snake ain't even got legs. And Lilith is like, okay, before that happened, the snake had legs. After it happened, the snake was cursed and lost his legs. But snakes had legs back then. But Lilith is like, it's almost like kind of deflecting back to Juno. Like, it's not about me. It's not about my situation. Like, you already know my situation. That's why you came to me. This is about you and what you want to do. I'm here to support you and making a choice and decision that's right for you. Because maybe me leaving Adam was right for me, but maybe you and Jupiter can still work it out. Big maybe, but maybe nonetheless. Or maybe it's like, before you leave, you should have a conversation or you should talk about it to be certain about your choice rather than just like, you leave and now you don't have closure because you didn't really give them the opportunity you didn't talk about it. No, do your due diligence, set your boundaries, make them clear. If they're respected, that tells you something. If they're not, that also tells you something. And then with that information, you have more pieces of the puzzle as you figure out your choice. So there's also that conjunction. Wow, hold up. Mars and Venus conjuncting Aquarius with Pluto lurking in the background. Escándalo. Hold up, wait. Why would Pluto even matter? I'm talking about Venus as if she's Persephone. Girl, that's Venus. And Mars. I guess Venus has Hephaestus. Vulcan. Vulcan and Venus. Anyway, it's fine. That's just like the energy there. Lots of snakes today. Again, the warrior, the orphan, 2 snakes. The snake came out. The bottom of the deck is conjunctio conjunction. That's why I was trying to think of all the conjunctions. And then we see a snake. It's not the Ouroboros. There's no head and there's no tail to the snake. And maybe that's a reflective of like no judgment. Like there's no head, there's no tail. The snake is what it is. Sometimes it is black and white. Black and white meaning like we don't have to put a whole bunch of emotions on top of it. It is what it is. And we can objectively make a choice and decision. This isn't a head over heart thing. This is a head that is stepping up because the heart is hurting or because the heart is confused or because there are so many emotions. This is where the head can help the heart find clarity. Lay it out on the table. Be open, be honest. If it's respected, you'll know. If it's not, you'll know. It'll give the heart the clarity that it needs to make whatever choice and decision. Not whatever, to make whatever choice and decision in this. Because again, there are certain things that may be not so black and white. But at least with more information, right? The card that came out is Spiritus Rector, again, the benevolent guide, the one who loves to make appearances lately. number 57. Is this the bird? Is the benevolent guide the bird that's been in the back just like watching? Like, where are these birds coming from? We had the two snakes, one snake, one snake, one snake. We had two snakes before too. It was the Father of Wands and the Father of Wands and the Cobra. Two snakes have been all over this. There's also two snakes on the Caduceus and the Two of Cups. They were on that Two of Cups too. It didn't come out. I think I might have mentioned it. Alchemical Wedding, Carlos Gamos has two snakes on it, but it didn't come out. What else is there about the snake? Maybe it also goes back to the Father of Wands and the Cobra being the shedding of skin. We learn, we live life, we grow wiser. We grow wiser in action. You can learn a whole bunch of stuff. Don't mean you got to use it. Don't mean you know how to use it. Don't mean you got to put it into play or practice or action. Wisdom sometimes is knowledge in motion, right? And I think there's a part of wisdom too. Well, yeah, it's that saying, like, knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad, which goes back to the understanding of context and circumstances that the Four of Cups was bringing in. There's this one thing and there's another thing. We are learning from one to the other, and the Four of Cups is us finding the circumstances, the situationality of where what applies. And sometimes it is the wise who will remain silent in the presence of fools, but I don't necessarily mean it how it sounds. Sometimes even if we know something, sometimes even if something is more or less right, it may actually be better to remain silent, right? And again, it's like negative numbers make sense if you're talking about money because debt is a thing. Negative numbers may not necessarily make as much sense if you're talking about food because you can't eat what you don't have. Now, can you borrow? Sure, but then we're talking about debt. We're not talking about apples. One second. It's like there's something about wisdom, true wisdom, where it's like, it's just because you know that something is right or wrong doesn't mean that you always have to like correct it. There's something about the situationality and the circumstances. Maybe there's something about the circumstance here that makes it more right in this circumstance, but in another circumstance, it wouldn't be. It's the wise that can realize, okay, the circumstance is different. It's more applicable here. It's fine. It's a very, very, very good approximation of the truth, and it will get you the same answer because apples don't speak 0.000000005. Either you got an apple or you don't got an apple. You got half of an apple, you got less than half of an apple. You have a speck of an apple. If you're telling me you have 5 molecules from the skin of that apple, what is that going to do for me? That's such an infinitesimally small percentage of an apple. It's realistically 0. You ain't got nothing. I have the air that touched the apple when it was sitting here. And it's like, okay, sure. You know what I mean? It's like, sure, fine, whatever. In this circumstance, it doesn't matter. In another one, maybe it does. It's not worth correcting because real life, it's close enough. But it's the one who is knowledgeable and proud of that knowledge that would say, well, actually, you can do a lot with the air that has touched an apple. You can sniff it. Now you have scent of apple. And it's like, okay, Sure. All right. I don't know. Not to say that, again, it's not to say that the knowledge isn't wrong, but there's something about this, like the circumstance or situations that sometimes makes knowledge more or less appropriate. And the wise knows when it's not appropriate. The knowledgeable, maybe not. And I do all this like I'm not that sometimes, bro. I know me, I talk to me, okay, I get off these lives and I'd be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I could have. But then sometimes it's like, you are valid in everything that you feel. Valid in what you say is another question, which is why we're having this conversation. Valid in what you feel, sure. We're always valid in what we feel because we feel what we feel, regardless of if it's right or wrong. But just because we feel the way we feel don't necessarily mean we should always do the things that we do. You know what I mean? I said your feelings were valid. I didn't say that your actions are consequence free. Because with action is consequence. Not always bad. Within action, there is a reaction. There you go. Consequence has a negative connotation to it. With an action, there's a reaction. Sometimes it's a positive reaction. Sometimes it's a negative. Sometimes the reaction is you showed up to work, you get paid, woo, you wanted that money. That's why you came to work. Reaction success. Sometimes the reaction is something less desirable and we call it a mistake. And a mistake is what a mistake is. And when we learn from it, when we do better, hey, that mistake, I grew from it. I learned. I did whatever. It's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours. It's fine. Let's make it 5. I'm kidding. Is there, I still don't know where. Oh. I hadn't put the archetypes away because I didn't see the box. And then I like literally looked down and I saw it. Well, I got final cards for everything that I pulled cards for. I could read. I don't feel like reading. That's it. I don't need to make this any longer than it is. Is there anything that I feel would make this more complete? There's one thing. I'm going to read. I'm going to average. I'm trying to think. The 25th at midnight would be the average of all day on the 24th, 24 hours on the 24th, and 24 hours on the 25th, right where they meet, 11:59 midnight. I'm going to look at 11:59 midnight here, and then I'm going to pull up the Sabian symbols, and we'll just look at it. I'm going to average the conjunctions because conjunctio. I should just read a book. I've been wanting to read so bad. I need to just do it. I need to just read a book. I mean, I have books to read. I'm not necessarily looking for suggestions. Why am I on 20 to 21 Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces? Why am I already in this neighborhood? Hello? Hold on, wait. If I do this, and then, how do I do this? Ooh, I do this. I do this. Oh my gosh. I do this. And then I do this. And then I do this. There we go. Boom. Multitasking for the win. For the win, for the win. But now I need a calculator. It's fine. Woo! Firstborn Gemini, full on Stella Young, firstborn, first house. Let me see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What am I apologizing for? Oh, here's my phone. I'm like, where's my phone? It's in my pocket. Rufus and Unstoppable. So Chiron is 16 degrees. That's 16 degrees Aries all day. This probably isn't the most, now that I think about it, this isn't necessarily the most convenient way, because then it's going to give me the whole cross, and I don't need the whole cross. I don't need the whole cross, I just need the symbol of one. One is the loneliest number. Is it really? Is one really the loneliest number? I know some ones who are perfectly fine, and I know some thousands and millions and billions who are even lonelier. I'm just talking. I'm just making noise. Sabian symbols. Probably going to take me to Cafe Astrology. SabianSymbols.com. Cafe Astrology. Astro Cafe. Symbol lookup. Boop, 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 boop. Symbol lookup. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh, we can do it by degree. No. Oh, no, I didn't want that. Ooh, what? Wow. Okay, I'm impressed. Color me impressed. Color me intrigued and impressed. There we go. Cool. So we got 16 degrees of Aries. So on SabianSymbols.com, I went to search. You can just you can search by the degree. So I don't know if it'll show me all of them. But I'm like, what works this? Oh, never mind. First, you select the zodiac sign, and then you select the degree, and then you hit lookup. So it's not what I thought it was. But that's fine. Ooh, hold up. So 0 is here, and 30 is not. So that's what, 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. I wish they said this to this, because then it would be easier for me to know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Because I've seen it both ways. So if I go to 0 Aries, it gives me 1 degree. So I'll just subtract 1. Got it. Thank you. That was not as scary as I thought that it would be. So the North Node and Chiron are, wow, we're taking it back. North Node and Chiron, I just got a taste for cake. Specifically funfetti. Can you see what may have inspired me thinking about sprinkles? So, I'm sorry. When's the last time I had some sugar? It's already 8 o'clock. I was going to go to Starbucks today. Crap. Hold up. I'm sorry. This is important. It's already, what time do they close? What time do they close? Close. No, they're only open until 8:30. How fast can you be here? Hold on. 1 second. Uno momento, por favor. All right, so let's try to wrap this up real quick because, yeah. Aries, so the North Node and Chiron are conjuncting on brightly clad brownies dancing in the warm dying light. I was like, what? We going way back because the brownies, uh, came out in the mythical creatures. Also was on the Three of Pentacles, maybe, in the Spencer's Tarot cards. And it was an energy of doing the work even when it's hard, basically. Doing the work even when it's difficult. Doing the work even when we don't see an immediate reward or an immediate payout. Continuing to do the work even when there's no acknowledgement. And that was partnered and paired and tying into that Five of Swords energy. What may seem too much or excessive to some or at some point, it's a knowing that it's going to pay off. And even if it doesn't, it's doing the work because you know that the work needs to be done type of energy. So now they're brightly clad and dancing with the North Node and Chiron. So maybe they're celebrating. We've been doing the work. We've been toiling all day and all night, all this time with no hope. But hey, now here we are. Oh, crap. I forgot to change the time. So the 25th at midnight. Okay, well. Are they going to let me change the time or not? Will you let me change the time? Oh, it's all the way over here. Okay. Work, sis. Why is this app acting like this? This don't look like, oh. Why is this app acting like this? This don't look like this. This app, no, it don't look like this. Oh my gosh. We might be stuck on 4 p.m., y'all. I can close it and reopen it. Depending on this text, I'm going to just close it and reopen it. We just got two 22s. Taurus descendant at 22 degrees, Gemini at 22. Now let's flip this back over. Are we still, so Aries actually changed. Because at midnight on the 25th, Chiron is 17 degrees, 0 minutes of Aries. North Node, 16 degrees, 7 minutes. They still average out into 16, so we're literally, it ain't pushing us to 17, but it did move a little bit. Okay, so North Node and Chiron, it feels like celebration of work done. We did the work even when it didn't seem, even when we were dog tired, even when we wasn't getting paid, even when there was no acknowledgement, when the only thing that kept us working, literally the only thing that kept us working was knowing that it needed to be done. And they're Brunies, so they, you know, if there's work that needs to be done, they're going to do it. That was the energy of them. So next conjunction is 14 Moon, 15 Juno, 16 Black Moon Lilith. I ain't got to do the math. Pretty sure it's going to crunch onto that 15 of Virgo, but I'm going to do the math anyway. Do the math. Hey, Google, what is the average of 14, 15, and 16?
1,415 plus 16 divided by 2.
Hey, Google, what is the average of 14, 15, and 16?
Here's what I found on the web.
Hey, Google, what is the average of 14 and 15 and 16?
14 plus 15 plus
15.
16
Thank
divided
you.
by.
Google was doing like 14, 15. I'm like, no. So 15 of Virgo. We go from 16 of Aries to 15 of Virgo. And I've got to click look up. I need 15. Oh, wait, yeah, that's right. No, I need 14 because I got to subtract one. Goodness. I'm doing the most. So this is a fine lace ornamental handkerchief. So what was that? The Moon, Juno, and Black Moon Lilith is a fine lace ornamental handkerchief. Now, low-hanging fruit, obviously, that's a fine lace ornamental handkerchief handed from the woman who's done it, Black Moon Lilith, to the woman who is thinking about doing it, Juno. And she's like, here, cry into this. And the moon is there, so you know the emotions are high. This symbol speaks of emotions and the delicacy of feelings and a preparedness to show one's emotions. All I needed. Often the ornamental handkerchief shows someone who has issues or problems with being emotional, letting go, or crying. It can, however, show a person who is always there at the ready for people who need a shoulder to cry on or a kind ear to listen. Boom. Already had it, confirmed it, validated, we're good. SabianSymbols.com is the website that I'm using. I'm pretty sure the Sabian symbols are what the Sabian symbols are, but the interpretations and the breakdown can change, of course. Next conjunction, we have Pallas Athena and Lilith. 4 and 7, 11 divided by 2 is 10.5. 5.5, so that's going to be between 5 and 6. So we're looking at 5 of Sagittarius, which is 4, because I got to subtract 1. Mutable, cardinal fire, mutable earth, mutable fire. An old owl perched high up in a tree. Oh my gosh, this is Pallas. An old owl perched high up in a tree is literally the 10 of swords in the Witch's Tarot. I have the Witch's Tarot, but I don't think it's fine. Because depending on... Yeah, I ain't get an answer yet. An old owl perched high up in a tree. I saw the owl perched wherever, and I was like, is this Pallas Athena? Maybe that's just validation. Yeah, that's Pallas Athena up there. That's her owl perched up in the tree, and then we also have Lilith. Now, this isn't Black Moon Lilith. This is Lilith. This is the one who's done it. And then we have Pallas Athena, who's associated with good wars that are worth fighting. Like not Aries, just like war for the sake of war, but a war that's worth fighting. The warrior of peace energy. The one that's confronting, the one that's consoling and comforting Juno, retrograde in Virgo. And again, even just like being in the energy of it, I guess, it didn't seem like this is Black Moon Lilith, like you need a blah, blah, blah. When Adam do, then I d. And you need to do the same. It's just Lilith. She's like, you came to me because of what you've heard. And what you know about me is Adam's telling of me. Or maybe they do have a closer, more intimate relationship. I don't know. I guess it's a metaphor for us, right? So if you're going to someone that you have a more personal and intimate relationship with, you may know them outside of what they're known for. Right. If you're seeking a resource because you've heard things about that resource, then that's probably more so why there's like that question of like, what are you expecting to find from that person? What are you expecting to hear? Because if you're expecting someone to be like, yeah, you need to do this, then you're looking for someone to validate a choice and decision or to prepare you for something that you already know you need to do. If you're truly looking for support, or like guidance or wisdom, and that person tells you, because I feel like the only thing would be like, If we expect someone else to hype us up to do something that we want to do, but we get something different, if you're expecting someone to tell you to quit your job and they're like, maybe you should think about it. All of the bills that you have, all of the financial commitments that you have, do you have enough saved up to, hold you over in the meantime and in between time? Like maybe you're expecting, yeah, girl, you should quit. Woo! And that ain't what you get. And you're like, what? And then maybe you feel upset or even more lost or even more confused after. If you have that conversation with self before, at least you'll know what you're looking for when you go to them. Anyway, again, Pallas and Lilith are conjuncting around an old owl perched high up in a tree. It's interesting, though, because there's the snake in Lilith's tree. Well, that was Eve. It was a snake for Eve. Never mind. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. But there was a snake in a tree, I guess, an owl in a tree. But the bird eats the snake. So there's something about it falling into order. Again, Pallas Athena, wars worth fighting. The bird and the snake, order winning out over chaos. Lilith is after the 5. Pallas is before the 4. Or before the 5. So that's what sits in between them. The next conjunction, if we do a 10-degree orb, is between Pluto, Mars, and Venus. Hey, Google, what is the average of 1 and 9 and 10? 20 divided by 3. Math, girl, math. 20 divided by 3. 20 divided by 4 is 5. 20 divided by 2 is 10. So 7 and some change. No, because 7 times 3 is 21. So it'd be 6, between 6 and 7. So between 6 and 7 degrees of Aquarius. So I'll take 1 off, that'd be 5 of Aqua. Hey, Google, what is the average of 1 and 9 and 10?
1 plus 9 plus 10 divided
6.6666666666667.
by 3 is approximately 6.6.
Exactly. So between Pluto, Mars, and Venus, we have. Oh, my mama loved me. I'm sorry if that triggers anybody, but she's on her way. She didn't feel like it, but she's coming. So I need to wrap this up now. The last conjunction is between Icarus, Mercury, Sun, Saturn, all Icarus 3, Mercury 3, Sun 6, Saturn 9 of Pisces. The Sabian symbol for 6 to 7 degrees, or is this 5 to 6? 5 to 6 degrees of Aquarius is a masked figure performs ritualistic acts in a mysterious way. Ritualistic acts in a mysterious way, masked figure between Pluto, Mars, and Venus. Looks like Pluto is watching Mars and Venus do whatever. Sound a little freaky. All right. Thank y'all for being here. If it resonates, take it. If it don't resonate, don't take it. I hope you all have an amazing whatever whenever you see this. I hope you're acting in alignments. Make all that you wish to experience your reality. And until next time, keep doing your best. And I gotta go. I don't even have time to Patrick that up. Just keep doing your best. The work pays off. And I hope you an encouragement and a boost when you need it.